What's up, everyone? Happy New Year. This is the first time we've spoken since obviously that clock struck midnight 2023 into 2024. I'm your host, Lee UHF. This is the Yo DNB Rap Show. And on today's show, we are hosting another listening party, very similar to what we did for the Vibe City album last year. We are celebrating the 50th release on Dirtbox Recordings. I'm going to show you the t-shirt we got just there. Look at that. Look at that. All the names on there. Every name that's ever released on Dirtbox in the last 5 years. And that is another milestone as well. The label has been running for 5 years. This is the 5 years of filth celebration and the 50th release on Dirtbox Recordings. And the way we're doing that, of course, is in style like we always do. We've got a number, in fact, we've got 26 in total remixes of classic records that have been released on Dirtbox. These are phenomenal. We've got a whole host of producers. Today, we're going to be hosting a listening party. There's 20 exclusives. We brought back 5, obviously, former remixes as well that you've heard in the past. And we have got a continuous mix as well, but none other than Impex. So without further ado, we're going to get into the listening party. We're going to run through the tracks. Tell us what you think in the comments below. Let us know if you're feeling any of these as well. And we also have some very exclusive interviews in this episode with some of the producers who have actually done some of the remixes. So enjoy the show. We're going to go and get on the first track right now.
See the laser of my wishing. Copy the face on my phone things. See the laser of my wishing. Copy the face on my phone things. See the laser of my wishing. Copy the face on my phone things. See the laser of my wishing. Yes. baseline pumping.
Okay, next up, we are delving way up north into the cold, the snow, the sleet, the rain. We have got somebody who's not a stranger to the Yo DNB Records podcast. Yo DNB Records, Yo DNB Raps podcast. It is none other than Mr. L3MMY DUBZ himself, come to talk to us about his remix. Liam, what's going on, my brother?
Not much, mate. Not much. Just chilling as always, making tunes here and there. And yeah, here to talk about this remix I've done for you, right?
You're in the lair there, I see. Have we added or subtracted a few Funko Pops there behind you since our last interview?
I'm trying to think now. Yeah, but there's an Alien versus Predator one up there, but apart from that, really, not much.
Fair dues. I've funnily, we're talking about Funko Pops again. I've got one being delivered today. I actually found a WWF Attitude Era Rock on the mic on Funko Pop on eBay. So that's actually coming today. So I'm looking forward to getting that.
Oh, buzzing, man. You'll have to show me that at some point.
I'll send you a photo when a postman drops it off. Luckily, I'm home here as well. They've got a tendency around here to just fucking leave the parcels on the doorstep in the rain. So I'm glad I'm actually home to get this. Yeah.
Oh, buzzing.
Yeah. Well, listen, since we last spoke, a lot has obviously happened. You've got your release with us on my other label, VTO Records. We had a chat over there on the podcast for that.
Yeah.
Phenomenal release. I mean, fuck me. Talk about bridging the gap between Jump Up and Neurofunk to get those Neuro Jump Up or whatever the kids are calling it now. And the Trace remix as well. But yeah, that's a pretty savage release you've got with us there, isn't it?
Yeah, I appreciate that, man. Like we were saying, it's bridging the gap. It's appealing to a lot of people, you know, that are liking neurofunk, that are liking jump up. There's something there for everyone in it, and I think people are going to really enjoy it and buzzing with it. Aye.
That's it. So by the time people are listening to this podcast, it will have just been released. So you can make sure you can go and grab L3MMY DUBZ, the Unsettling EP on VTO Records. Quick plug there for us, Liam.
Oi, yes.
But since your release on Dirtbox, obviously last year in the summer, you've had a plethora of releases across multiple labels. And one thing I'm really loving at the minute is you're actually dipping into other subgenres of drum and bass, just like your release on Upgrade's label recently, aren't you?
Yeah, definitely. I'm quite I'm quite happy with the music that I'm writing recently. It's within drum and bass as well, because I've been writing a lot more like musical stuff as well, as opposed to all the grotty horrible stuff. And doing that, I'm really enjoying it. But when I do come back to what I normally write, I'm noticing that I'm using a lot more techniques from delving into different genres and subgenres. So I'm really enjoying the process a lot more at the moment. I definitely.
So was that EP for Upgrade label, was it specifically made for that label, or did you just put that together because you felt like it, sent it across to him, and obviously he got down with it?
Just the second one, really. I'll be honest, man. I just write loads of music and sort of I just kind of like flick through it as opposed to what would fit that label. I don't know at the time when I'm making the music, but when I'm selecting it, when I'm talking with labels, then they were the two tunes that I felt like would fit with them.
Absolutely. Yeah, I mean, it took me by surprise, but then straight after that, literally, you were sending me all sorts of genres, even a bit of, like you said, up-tempo gabba to anybody who wants to kind of pigeonhole it that way. But
Yeah.
what's got you down the gabba route then? What's getting you into the distorted 4/4 kick drums?
It's like I've been around it recently quite a lot with my friends, and they've been recently putting on nights around here with up tempo and stuff like that too. And hearing it more and more, it gets that spot that sort of the jump up that I listen to gets, where it's all distorted, it's all techie here and there, and I'm just having a lot of fun just making a kick drum and just seeing how crazy you can get with it, to be fair. And plus, like it's again stuff like that makes me helps me explore when I come back to jump up, like with that track that I written for Oyo, where it was like it went from gabber into jump up. I can start doing stuff like that as well. So yeah, I'm just enjoying writing it, mate. It's hitting that spot.
Well, your trajectory is literally the reverse of mine. I mean, I started off my DJ career playing hardcore, and obviously
Yeah.
then got into kind of drum and bass. Have you heard any of the old tracks on my old label, Bedlam Records? Are you familiar with it, with the label?
I don't think so, but I'd be interested to listen to that, mate.
Right.
Yeah.
I'm gonna send you the back catalogue across. But it was the label we did was literally like a homage to Dutch hardcore of the late 90s, and that's how
Nice.
our label started. So full on distorted kicks, not too much gabbery, a bit more fun. You know what I mean? Bit more bassline led and things like that as
Yeah,
well. But
I
I'll
get that.
send those across. Maybe you could even do something like an up tempo remix of one of the old ones, maybe.
I'd be well game for that, to be fair.
Yeah, I've still got all the parts, mate. I've still got all the parts for them. So.
That would be well fun to have a go at that, to be honest. Yeah, some of that.
Okay, you heard it here first. Let's see what we can come up with on the hardcore side. Good stuff,
Was
Liam.
it?
So, with the up-tempo stuff obviously being quite big in the northern side of England still. I mean, it was when I was doing it 20 years ago, all the Gabba and things like that. Have you
Yeah.
got any plans maybe to go over for a weekend in Holland, go and check out some of the real up-tempo parties? You know, they have like 40 to 60,000 people at those things.
Oh, see, like I haven't got any sort of current plans to do anything like that. But the closest thing that's happening this year where I could maybe get involved and see stuff like that is that I'm playing at Bolter Festival. So there's going to be loads of up-tempo acts there, especially in that jigsaw stage. So I'm going to take an opportunity to go have a look around and maybe speak to some people about that. But right now, the whole up-tempo thing I'm doing is just for fun. But who knows, mate? Like I'd like to see where that goes as well.
Yeah, absolutely. Well, I mean, we're doing something with the hardcore again this year, so yeah, I'll keep you posted on that. It'd be a very exciting project to maybe get stuck into together.
Very different, mate. I'd have a right laugh doing that.
And what about on the gig front? I mean, last time we spoke, there was bits here and there. I know you mentioned Bolter Festival. Is there anything else coming up that you're looking forward to?
I haven't really got anything else in the pipeline. I'll be honest. I need to get this traction going a bit more. But me and my friends have been doing more nights ourselves recently in terms of just like putting stuff on ourselves. So we've been using like our local venue in Middlesbrough called Disgraceland, and we put on a Boxing Day night, and they're doing another night in April that I'm getting involved with. So we've been doing more so getting involved with events ourselves recently, which is something a bit different, and I'm enjoying too.
Excellent
Um,
stuff.
but yeah.
it's hard work doing the promoting yourself, but yeah, when it pays off, it really pays off when you got the people coming in. Maybe we could do a Dirtbox thing with you guys up there. Maybe plan something out like that. Get something
I'd have
cooking
to
in the
speak
George.
to everyone. I'd be well game for that.
Yeah, absolutely, absolutely. So let's have a little chat about this remix then, shall we? Because this is, I'll let you remix my baby. You remixed me. Out of all the tracks we could have chose on Dirtbox Recordings, you remixed one of mine. And obviously to me, this track means a lot to me. It was kind of my first real good track I'd made in about 5 or 6 years that I'd actually released. So obviously wanted to get the right people to remix it. And I knew you'd obviously take it down a very different route. And you did. I mean, we talk about crossover to neurofunk as well. I mean, this was like a rolly neurofunk thing. Your remix has absolutely been tearing the fucking arse off every rave that I've been playing at. So just to let everyone know, I did a track collaboration with Rogue called The Music. It used the old Music's Wonderful vocal. Liam has basically took it into his grotto and give it the Lemmy Dubs treatment. But yeah, I mean, just wanted to ask you, you know, what went into doing this remix? Did you have fun doing it? And also what made you choose to want to do that remix as well?
So I'll answer that one first. So like what made me choose to remix it was like you were saying, it had sort of a rolling sort of neurofunk, and I think when we were talking about it before, it did have some like parts that were quite jump up influenced as well, where it got pretty steppy here and there. And I felt when I heard that, the steppiness in it, I was like, well, I can really, really cater my sound and style to that within that tune, I think. And I could have a lot of fun doing it as well. And when I was listening to it, I was listening to like things like, oh, you know, could I emphasize that, change it, sort of cater it to me a little bit more? And there's a long synth in the track. I think it's just like a long distorted like ring like that. And I was just like, right, that can be my calling point within the track, that I can like, you know, this is the original, but this is what I've done to it, sort of thing. And then that's how I got my long synth in the remix. I was just like, I'll recreate that, but more distorted to fit the track, and then sort of play with everything else around that. So that was like the calling point for me with that remix. And like you were saying with the vocal as well, the vocal was really nice to work with, because I haven't really worked with vocals before that point quite a lot. So using that and getting really musical with it in the intro and sort of making it really ravey was a lot of fun to work with as well. Instead of just making loads of drones and sort of doom tones and stuff like that, I actually had to get nitty gritty and sort of cater to that vocal, which was a fun challenge. I really enjoyed doing that.
I'd definitely love to hear more vocal stuff from yourself. I might have to chuck you a few more vocal tracks to have a play with, because I think you're definitely at a sweet spot with that. However,
I appreciate that.
What we're going to do now is have a listen to it. This is the Lemmy Dubs remix of UHF and Rogue, The Music. Okay, there we have it. Oh my fucking god! Like I said, this one, I'm not lying, mate. This has absolutely been ripping the dance floors up. I've been playing at. I've been caning this at all the Neuroheads gigs that I played at as well. I think you've seen some of the videos on the bin when I was playing on that bin.
I did see that. It looks so good, that gig.
Yeah, and I think in a good way that this remix actually sounded fitting being on the bin, because it's absolute filth, isn't it?
Yeah.
To be honest, one way I describe it, me and my friend was actually trying to think of a way to describe this track, and it sounds like a vocal track is stood at the top of the stairs when it drops, and as it falls down the stairs and gets a bit more bruised and battered, finally when it lands at the bottom, it just lands in a swamp. That's basically how we describe the drop that you've made on this track.
It's a beautiful catastrophe. Would
It
probably
is.
go, yeah.
Well, the way you take that big stab, dun.
Oh yeah, it goes more grotty.
Yeah, that's what I mean. It literally is like that stab's falling down the stairs, getting bruised, and at the bottom just falls into a swamp. I think that's the best way to describe it.
I tell you something, it was fun working with that stab, like putting more and more process in it, and I was just like, how horrible can I make that nice rave stab sort of thing? Like,
you did. My like when people hear it, they think they're going to hear a nice big vocal, maybe uplifting thing. Yeah, and it fucking turns heads and raises eyebrows straight away, doesn't it?
Absolutely. I'm buzzing about that, man.
Good stuff, mate. But what's on the horizon for you this year then? I mean, do you have any more releases that you can tell us about after this one?
I do have some more releases coming up. I can't talk specifics label-wise, but something, a release I've got coming up soon that I'm quite excited about is I've got a five-track dubstep EP coming out, so I'm going to be revisiting dubstep again this year. And yeah, like I said, it's going to be five tracks, so I'm excited to get that one out for all the dubstep heads.
And what label is that going to be?
I'm not. See, I'm not sure what I can say at the moment.
Got
Otherwise,
you.
I would confidently talk about it. Yeah,
That's
but
okay.
it's when it comes out, it'll be a label people know for sure.
That's
Definitely.
great. That's great to hear. And before we let you go, Liam, I just want to ask you, what does it mean to you to be on a monumental milestone release like this for Dirtbox? It's our 50th release. It's one of the biggest compilations we put out, all remixers, all fresh remixers. And of course, it's the 5th year that we've been running as well.
Oh, it means a lot, man. Like considering we met each other, we've probably been like maybe a year and a half ago, 2 years ago now, and to see where you've come as Dirtbox and me sort of coming along with you, it's nice and humbling to see, and really nice and humbling to be a part of with you as well. So I appreciate the opportunities each and every, mate, and you should be proud as well. You smashed it all over.
Oh, big up, mate. You too, buddy. I mean, obviously, I fucking love your music. You know that. This remix is my #1 track for the past year. 100%. I think you nailed it. You've hit it out of the park. It's my favourite bit of work you've done as well.
Oh,
And
thanks, man.
yeah, you've always got a home with us, mate, on Dirtbox. Absolutely. The name fits your sound quite adequately, doesn't it?
Absolutely, mate. Absolutely. Straight to the point, I think.
That's it. Liam, thank you very much for your time, buddy. We really appreciate you being on the show again. So yeah, check it out. It's out now. It's L3MMY DUBZ remix of Lee UHF and Rogue, the music. Catch you soon, Liam.
Yes. Fair. Catch you in a bit, man.
Cheers. There Next up on the show, we have got an amazing producer. I have been trying to track this guy down for a long time to do something for us on Dirtbox. We finally made it happen. This is Sam, aka Glitch City. How you doing, Sam?
Yeah, I'm good. I'm very good, thanks.
Nice to finally meet you, well, almost face to face in a virtual sense, isn't it? We've done a lot of chatting over WhatsApp and Messenger and stuff, so it's good to finally put a face to the name.
Yeah.
What you been up to this weekend?
Well, yeah, it's been my birthday, so for a start, went out, had some birthday shenanigans down at the south coast. Got a load of friends, had set the decks up and had a little party, and then went home and had some family food together and just been chilling for the weekend. Yeah.
So nothing too out of the realms of bonkers or crazy, then just a general birthday, bit of fun kind of thing then, yeah.
Yeah, more than enough shots have been passed to me at the bar on Friday night.
That's what we want to hear. So you're based down in the south, I say. Whereabouts in the south are you based, Sam?
So I'm down in Worthing. I'm back down Worthing. Well, I used to go to university.
Ah, right. Are you from there originally?
No, I'm from Surrey originally, and I spent the last 10 years back there, but I decided after uni, go back home for a little bit and then come back down, and I wanted to just set up camp down here for the family and everyone, and yeah, get involved with the scene down here where my mates are at.
It's quite a common thing for drum and bass producers to be moving about, isn't it? I mean, I don't mean generally all over the place, but most, even myself included, most drum and bass producers, they always end up moving to a city for particular reasons around music, something of that nature, don't they? So what were you studying at university?
Okay, so I was doing music and business management combined, which was a very unheard of subject at the time. So I did originally go to Bournemouth University to do business studies, and thinking that was the way forward. I'd got my A in my A level for business, so I went there, and it was just a bit too overcrowded. And at one point I realized, why am I doing this? It needs to be music incorporated if I'm going to be doing a degree, right? So that's then when I dropped the course and moved to Northbrook College in Worthing, which they did a music and business degree, which was fantastic. I loved it. I did 3 years there, and yeah, that was it, pretty much.
What year was that when you was finishing uni then?
That was 2013 I finished.
Okay. And how long have you been, well, let's start from the beginning. When did you start getting into drum and bass, and when did you start producing it?
So I started writing drum and bass when I used to go to Slough Young People's Centre, and this was before my GCSEs. So I actually, weirdly enough, got a degree, not a degree, an A level in music for sound engineering, music production course 1 and course 2. So funnily enough, that's where the production started out, and I was dabbling with it for a little while, and then, you know, the DJing, I've been doing that since I was about 16 as well. I went and did a DJ course in Windsor, and both of those sort of combined, and I started playing out more often, doing more DJ work. And then I got to the point where I was like, well, I can't keep spinning everyone else's music. I want something slightly different. I want to be able to just create my own sound and have something unheard of, because yeah, it was just to, you know, create a bit of independence and identity and things like that. So, and then the production started coming along. So I've constantly lived with my desktop computer, upgrading over the years. Now I'm working on Logic, and have been for about 5 years now. And yeah, I've been doing these since, well, obviously the Sammy Nix was my previous alias, if you weren't aware. But
what genre was that? Was that drum and bass as well?
That was, yeah, no,
it rings a bell. It does ring a bell. I can't think where. Remind me, what labels was that on then?
Well, me and Request spread across a variety of labels. Mainly we were on Multifunction. We had 10 Ton Beats, which is our first release where we started. We've done releases for Jaden on Smoking Rhythms. We've done a couple of overseas remixes for Lion Dub. We did a single for Tyke on holographic. We spread our wings quite a bit. We were just wanting to get the music out there and just really like cement our names in the scene, basically.
So why moving on from that to the solo project Glitch City, and what was all that about? What's the meaning of the name?
Well, I had like 2 days to come up with a new name, a new identity. I was just signing with the prototypes at the time with their brand new label Get Hype, and Tom happened to move to Canada, so we were doing less of the Sammy Nixon Request project essentially, and it was a nice fresh start again, create a new identity. And I would class it as, say, the practice years for my production and, you know, mixing and getting to know everyone. I would say that was the practice years, and now Glitch City has kind of been more established and more, you know, this is the career name that I'm running with from here on forwards, essentially.
Yeah, I mean, that name, when you had those Get Hype releases, that's when it blew up. I think that's when I actually discovered you as well. And I wanted to talk a little bit about the Glitch City sound as well, because one thing that I found throughout me listening to drum and bass is I am absolutely drawn to the drum and bass producers and their sounds who you cannot pigeonhole. And I class you as one of those as well. I mean, it's not jump up, it's not neurofunk, it's not liquid, you know, it's not footwork. It like I say, it is drum and bass, but it's just drum and bass. I mean, if you had to pigeonhole it, or you had to give your sound a name, what would it be?
I don't know, man. I guess it's just dance floor. I just like hype music, you know. Like it, you know. I did violin when I was younger. I did piano, so I love all kinds of music. I listen to classical in the car if I'm doing long drives, for example. So, you know, anything that sort of like tweaks my ear, but then I just incorporate it into sort of my style, which would be very upbeat and, you know, yeah, I'd say dance floor jump up, essentially. I don't know.
It's like a cross between, I mean, this is what I mean. You cannot pigeonhole. We could have this conversation all day. It's like a cross between jump up without the squealy sounds, but it's still got the rollers vibe. I mean, there's a couple of tracks out there that they're the only tracks. If I had to compare it, I'd say like Food Fight by Hazard. You know, when he went through that kind of, it's got that vibe, but you were generally doing that first anyway. Do you know what I mean? So it's almost like he's copied your vibe. I mean, you've got that sound, and there's nobody else like it.
I guess it's more of a, I just enjoy making what I want. I get inspired from whatever's going on in my life at the time, and you know, if I want some angry vibes or even that kind of mood, then that's what comes out at the end of the day. So it's a case, I don't know, it's one of those where I don't want to, yeah, again, pigeonhole myself and say I'm not a specific style, because at the end of the day, I like my DJ sets to come across that I've got a nice blend of everything at that tempo, essentially. So it's a bit of whatever I feel like I'm going to throw into the mix, kind of.
I literally cannot put it in a folder. Like I keep my organization of my tracks is like, I have like subgenre folders just through my USB, and the Glitch City tracks, I don't know what folder to put in, so they sit on their own, not in a folder. So they are literally, if I open the USB, they're the first tracks you see. So it's pretty much every set I can be guaranteed to play a Glitch City track because of that as well.
Oh, thank you very much.
So obviously from that, you know, the name obviously coming with Get Hype, you started the Amusement Audio label as well, which is it's going on. You're in the roughly getting up to about 20 releases now or so, aren't you, on the label?
Yeah, no, I don't. I mean, that's what we learned at uni, which was amazing, how to set up a record label, and it was always something that I wanted to tick off the list and say I've achieved. And it's it was an output just to, you know, you can't please everyone at the end of the day with demos and who you're sending the music to. So there was always the sitting tracks that I really liked, you know, had a love for. And it was like, I've got to put these on my own output. And, you know, when people come past and they send me some music and I say, do you know what, I really like that, and I'm fussy. So if it's something that stands out, and I'm happy to. So I'm not one of those that I'm going to put out everything constantly, loads of stuff. It's not like conveyor belt business, my record label. It's just I've got the special ones that mean something to me or have got a story behind, for example.
Yeah.
Say Bass Bandits, for example, I did a release for them. They're based in Florida, and I went on a little mini tour in Florida last year, and we were just I was just listening to their tunes while they were jamming in the car, and that was it. I was like, look, I've got a great mail out contact list. I want to be able to bring your sound to the UK, and I just want to be able to push that and represent it. You know, I'm not tying anyone down exclusively. Like, if some great music comes my way, I will release it, essentially. And it's the same again. I'm if I can put music out on other labels, I'm more than happy to do that. I'm kind of just sort of free spirited right now, and yeah, that's kind of how I'm rolling at the minute.
Yeah, quality over quantity, as they say, Sam, isn't it? There's plenty in there as well. I mean, it's a great label. I discovered the label before I actually knew that you were behind it as well. Do you know what I mean? So I was playing tracks on it, and then I kind of obviously figured it out eventually just before we started talking. But yeah, there's definitely some bangers on there. It's definitely got some high quality music on that label. So definitely check that one out. If you tuned in, let us know what you think of Amusement Audio in the comments. So moving on from that, one thing that I saw that you're heavily involved in very recently is Subliminal's radio station, isn't it? From the label Subliminal. Can you tell us a little bit about your involvement with that and what the plans are for it?
Okay, well, we've gone full cycle, really. I started when I went to university. That's where I met Agro. We were in different classes, which is funny because he was in the production and I was in the business, whereas he's now major in the business and I'm more so the production. But anyway, so we've been friends for a long time, and he's been running radio on and off. And by the time that I decided I was finally going to come down to Worthing, that we can set this up properly and launch it and make it a big thing. And it's just a really great platform at the end of the day for, you know, up and comers to have guest mixes and everyone to just sort of you know, portray their sound in a sense, because it's an underground dance music radio station. So we don't want to play all the commercial stuff. We want, you know, the artists to spin their tracks, test them out, their own productions, bootlegs, remixes, and so on and so forth. You know, music is meant to be heard by the world, and I think that's something that I'm very proud. Well, we're both very proud of doing and giving everyone on the South Coast a platform to kind of congregate and create a little community out of, you know?
Yeah, for sure. I mean, it kind of took a bit of a nosedive, like internet radio and things like that for quite a while. And then at the pandemic, because everybody was streaming, it's kind of come back full force. I mean, look how popular it is, Cool FM and things like that now. It's a pretty cool thing to be back on radio, isn't it? And doing stuff. I mean, even if it's a Twitch stream or on things like Subliminal as well. Really cool to do.
Yeah, well, they've just rebranded and relaunched Cool, haven't they, as well? So yeah, radio is back and back in a big way, and it's just a great opportunity now that obviously everyone started out doing their own live streams at home during COVID. I think it's now creating the hubs for people and the platforms to do that on, you know?
Yeah,
so
yeah, for sure. I mean, it did get like there was tons of radio stations and they all had like 5 listeners, like the online ones. But I think it was a lot to do with the quality. I think probably what happened is the pandemic. I mean, I know for me, when I started doing it and I was doing the streams at home, I went all out. I transformed my house. All I was spending my money on is fucking equipment and lights for the house just to turn it into something good. And I think the upping of the quality's probably got people a bit more interested in it again, haven't they?
Yeah, definitely. I mean, I did the same in that respect. I think everyone was quite desperate to be able to just create the perform the music somehow if you can't do it out in nightclubs and that. Yeah. And I think I did try a couple of times. I tried to do like a Glitch City radio thing, and then I thought, you know, I'm not fucking bothering anymore. I'm used to like clubs and just the party atmosphere and the live sound. But I tried. Yeah. But anyway, yeah, with the radio, obviously, it's a different kettle of fish, just getting new people, new faces, and bringing guest mixes and established artists down to come and perform and help build the platform, essentially. And that's what we're here for.
And is there a website where people can actually tune in across the world?
Right, so we don't have a direct website as of yet, but we are now streaming on Facebook, Instagram Live, TikTok Live, YouTube, and Twitch. So we're giving people, you know, the option to pick and choose which their preferred platform is, and it's just spreading the sound on all the different platforms, essentially. Yeah.
Brilliant. And what is the social link for it? At where can we find it?
Subliminal Radio UK. That is it.
There we go.
So,
there we go.
Yeah.
So make sure you're tuned in. Right, let's have a chat about this remix then. Let's get straight stuck into this banger. Oh my God. So Glitch City has remixed probably, well, it is one of the top 2 major releases we've had on Dirtbox Recordings. Okay. This track was Dark Tower by Pittsburgh, USA producer Dropset, obviously a big neurofunk producer. And when I say one of the top tracks, it's one of the 2 top tracks, literally the most well received, the biggest selling, the most streamed. So he's done really well. And we decided to get Sam Glitch City to do a nice little flip of this. But I wanted to ask you, first of all, before we listen to the remix, Sam, what makes you choose a remix and why?
I've got to feel the vibes of it, essentially. I don't want to remix something that I don't think I can improve on, because if it's something that's, you know, gold as it is, then I won't touch it. But I think if I could put my twist on something and give it a nice fresh relick, then that's kind of what I aim for. At the end of the day, as soon as I jump in the studio, 9 times out of 10, I've got an idea in my head and it doesn't end up the right way, how it turns, like how it actually ends up, if you know what I mean. With this one, obviously, you said you gave me a few options and that, and I think I was just feeling that one the most, and I felt comfortable putting my spin on something that was obviously a bit more neuro in a sense. So maybe I'm just crossing the genre over and giving it a bit more of a different flex, essentially, or putting my stamp on it. Let's say that.
Absolutely. Well, you can tell it's a Glitch City track now. I think that's what's brilliant. And one thing that I really, really liked about this is that you went for something that not everybody generally tried to go for. I mean, when people are remixing, they look for probably the most, I wouldn't say easiest option, but you chuck a load of vocal stuff for people and that they love to remix that, because it's a lot. I think it's a lot easier to remix a big vocal track than it would be something a bit more instrumental, because you've got to use more ideas to kind of fill it out. And I think you've done the job. I mean, like you said, it's definitely got that crossover with neuro still. I don't know if you know this, but Gydra, obviously runs Neuropunk Records. He's played it twice on his YouTube channel. On his show, he runs a Neuropunk radio station with Bez. And wow, I mean, that channel gets like 50,000 views every video. So
all good.
Everybody's hearing the promo of it now. It's definitely going off. I've dropped it in a few neuro sets and it fits perfect. I've even dropped it in a couple of jump up sets and it fits perfect in that as well. So very happy with the remix. We're going to let you all listen to it now. This is Dropset Dark Tower and this is the Glitch City remix. Okay, there we have it. Absolutely filth-ridden. Goes by the name 5 Years of Filth for this album, and I'd say this definitely fits the bill. Well done on that one, Sam. Well done.
Thank you. Cheers, mate.
So 2024, what's going on for Glitch City then?
Right. So yeah, obviously I'm working very closely, focusing on the radio to try and get that as big as it possibly can be. But I am just scheduling releases regularly, monthly. I've got a new EP coming out on Subliminal, which will be 23rd of this month, which you should definitely check out. I'm doing some remixes for a couple of American labels as well, which is quite cool because I'm looking forward to incorporating my sound like I did with you to you know, these it's actually, yeah, it's like a reggae band, if you've heard of Article Sound System.
Yeah.
Yep. Over in Florida. So I'm going to be doing a remix for them, which I'm very excited about. I just need to download the stems and sink my teeth into it. I've done another one for a couple of local heads in Florida too. I think, to be honest, I'm going to stick to the EPs as well for Subliminal. Get some of those, get like another one out, at least one this year. And yeah, just get the music flowing, because I think, you know, I dropped off a little bit when it came to COVID. But I also, at the same time, I had family. I created a family. So I'm going to be, now that everything's sorted out and settled, I'm going to be just nosediving straight back into the studio. And I've got a brand new studio too. So it's just adjusting and finding my place again, basically, in the scene.
Yeah, very busy. There's lots to look forward to this year. I can't wait to hear some of these remixes as well, and of course the new EPs. Yeah, like me as well. You went into the COVID baby situation, didn't we? A lot of drum and bass producers went into COVID and come out dads.
Yeah.
That's the case. There's nothing else to do, was there?
Yeah, pretty much. Time as well, at the same time, to have all that time raising. You know, it was a good time.
That's it. It was a very good time. I really enjoyed it. Not just making the babies, but having the babies. Yeah, it was good.
Yeah.
Good time in COVID. So last question. What does it mean to you, obviously, being on a monumental milestone like this for Dirtbox? Not only is it our 5th year running the label, but we've put out 50 releases, not including the albums as well. So big landmark project to us. What does that mean to you, Sam?
Well, I'm very supportive of it. I think, you know, you've obviously worked very hard over the years to make this happen, and to get to where you are, I'm very happy to be a part of and proud of doing a remix for you. You know, look at my label, I'm on 20, so I've got a few years to catch up on, or a few releases to catch up on. So yeah, no, it's good. I'm happy. Yeah,
and it's an honor to have you on, mate. Like I said, I've really been chomping at the bit to try and get you on there. It's always been in the back of my mind and stuff like that. So when we finally got talking and there were some opportunities, obviously I had to jump on that. So thank you very much, mate. Hopefully more in the future we can work together on as well. Thank you for your time, Sam. Really appreciate it. Look forward to what you've got in store for us.
Cool. Wicked, man. I love the creps in the background though as well, by the way. Banging selection right there.
Just a little bit of the selection, yeah.
Nice.
Just a few shoes, you know, just a couple.
By the space, I do the same.
Yeah, well, unfortunately, they've got to be moved very soon because, yeah, unfortunately, COVID babies are dictating how much space we have in the house now because they're getting a bit bigger. And, yeah, so unfortunately, these are going to be relegated somewhere else. But, you know, I know. I'm very sad, very sad. It's been a nice backdrop. I don't know what I'm going to fill with it. It's either going to have a baby cot or maybe a set of decks. We'll see. So the next podcast, you can see one or the other.
Okay. Well, I'll tune in for next one.
Brilliant. Thanks for your time, Sam. You take care.
All right, big ups, man. Take care.
Okay, so next up on the show, we have got Sam. Sam goes by the name of Just Breathe. He is an amazing producer. He's done 2 remixes for us that are featured on this 50th release album. The first remix is by the classic Trace track, The Time Is Now, obviously one of the very first releases on Dirtbox. And more recently, he's remixed the track Ellie by myself. A big liquid one that you saw on the Vibe City album last year and also on one of our City singles. Sam, how you doing? Thanks for joining us.
No worries at all. Pleasure to be here.
Great to finally virtually meet you, I suppose. So
Yeah.
where do you call home, Sam? Where are you talking to us from?
So I'm based in Guildford in Surrey, but I've sort of lived around in London and all that sort of stuff. But at the moment, I'm down these ways.
Ah, right, okay. Guildford, quite a hub for drum and bass people down there, isn't it? Like we say, you know, we've got Dan Trace, who we just spoke about.
Well, it's weird. It's sort of because I know I think it's Nick who he's Sub Focus. He's from around here, but for the longest time there was sort of not a lot, and then suddenly over the last sort of I guess 10-15 years, especially with things like KNFM coming about and doing their bits and pieces and then making it into an official radio show and stuff like that, there seemed to have been a bunch more producers just sort of looking at drum and bass going, yeah, that sounds fantastic, and then just sort of cramming it all into one. There's a club down the road from here called 33 Hertz, which has been really hammering home really big drum and bass bookings for the last few years as well. So it's as well as becoming more prevalent anyway in the last 10 years or so, it's getting more and more in the limelight over here, which is really, really good.
Yeah, I mean, I know quite a few of the producers and DJs. They obviously 30 Hertz, I believe. Another guy who features on this album, Harry Sigmus. He does a few events
we go back
there.
yeah.
Yeah, so you all know each other, but yeah, I mean, what I was going at with that is like obviously you expect a lot of people into drum and bass from Bristol, Birmingham, London. It's the given.
Yeah.
But you know, when you say Guildford to somebody, you wouldn't expect so many like names and producers. I mean, obviously Octave and things like that come from there as well. We were speaking to Stonx earlier, who's got a remix on the album. He lives up in Newcastle, and there's quite a few producers from up there as well, funnily enough. So yeah, it's good to hear. So how long's your drum and bass history go back for then? How long you been into it?
Ooh. Well, I was just going to quickly before that. I saw this DJ Zenk interview a couple of days ago, and he was echoing your thoughts on that. Like drum and bass, as well as being a recognised, it's just another form of music now, and it has been for quite a while, which is really nice. It's now no longer just that weird thing coming out of Bristol, and it's just house drum bass rock country whatever. It's just normal now, which is quite nice. So in terms of I guess drum and bass history, when I started properly playing out, I was 17, and I was realistically too young to be playing in the clubs I was playing in, but yeah, we ended up me and another guy, we did like a DJ duo at that time playing drum and bass and stuff. We did festivals and what have you, and I think the first night we ever did was supporting DJ Fresh, and we had Serial Killers, Red Light, and Shy FX was there as well. So that was sort of like first big sort of decent size night you're gonna play. So right, there you go, there's a lineup, and you go, oh fucking hell, all right.
That's a cracking lineup.
Yeah, it was awesome. And we did a bunch more and stuff. But in terms of production, I guess I sort of started slow and then did bits here and there and sent things off, and I think some things got released for free various places. But I mean, to be honest, my sort of music production career took a really big turn into doing film music for feature films and things like that, and then I've sort of started to come back to kind of house and things like that over the years, and I'm taking a bit more of a massive turn into drum and bass because I've got to that point where I'm thinking, you know what, it's really fun, let's start making it again. It's been a while, and I just enjoy it really.
Do you do any other styles of music as well? I'm sure you've told me that there's other genres that you do dabble in.
Yes, I mean, I've had a few kind of housey related releases over the years. I had some stuff out via We Scream Records and bits like that, by some guys I used to work alongside with when I was working as a photographer at places like XOY and things like that, and the Nest and that sort of thing. But in terms of that sort of stuff, I mean, mainly it's been sort of housey bits. Then there's a few releases on Red Alpha Records a few years back. There's some kind of liquidy things. There's some other stuff that's a bit sort of like if you crossed original sin, Subfocus, that sort of sound. And the majority of it has, in terms of actually putting music out there, has been a lot more, I guess, cinematic. Lots of feature films, lots of kind of weirdly enough horror films and stuff like that. So it sort of, that really pushes the envelope in terms of sound design, and you can work that into your electronic productions as well, which is quite nice. So it means I've got a lot faster with sort of fiddling with synths, which is kind of handy. But yeah, in terms of genres, just big bunch, big mix.
Well, you mentioned as well photography. Obviously, you go on your Instagram and your profiles. There is a mixture of music and photography. So this is obviously your second love as well. Is this something you're doing as a day job, and do you love it just as much? Can you tell us a bit about it?
Yeah, I mean, so I kind of started doing photography just for a bit of extra money on the side when I was doing various bits and pieces, and then it sort of kind of got out of control, and I ended up having residencies at multiple clubs across London. I'm sure you've heard similar stories before about, oh, I sort of started doing this one day and then I don't really know how I'm here doing this. But yeah, I mean, it was a full-time freelance thing for many years. And I mean, we're talking clubs like the Nest, XOY, Ministry Fabric, and Studio 338, all them lot, as well as, you know, your smaller bits and pieces. But that was, you know, the bread and butter stuff. And then sort of, you know, 2020 happened, and I probably don't need to delve into that more than already has been. But I've started doing it more on the side, freelance, instead of having it as sort of my main earner these days. But yeah, there's been a lot of club work, loads of festivals and the bits and pieces surrounding that. But I would say my favourite place to work as a photographer would have been this club in Dalston called the Nest.
I know the Nest, yeah.
Yeah, I mean, it's a real shame it doesn't exist anymore. But for anyone watching this who doesn't know what it is, it was a very sort of long, thin, like quite small club underground in Dalston. It's bar along one side, and then there's a tiny amount of seating across the other side for, oh, look, we have some seating. But at the other end, there was this incredible Martin sound system and basically no lights at all. And you get some of the most ridiculously brilliant DJs coming through there, because it was, you know, it was a very intimate sort of high energy sweat box. And I never got to play there, which was really unfortunate. But working as a photographer there, I mean, you learned quick, because the only lights in there at one point were one teeny tiny laser and the screens from the CDJs. And you go, okay, how am I working with no light? Okay, fine. So you learn fast.
So a lot of drum and bass people, that is heaven though, isn't it? That's what they like. Get, you know, you hear a lot of people, let's get back to the dark clubs and things like that as well.
Yeah, it was brilliant. We had a Spore in one night, and that tore the fucking roof off the place. Like, you knew it was a good night in there when it was so hot in there that it started raining with no water.
Sweat.
Like, oh,
Sweat box, we call that. We used to go to an event at the Sanctuary in Milton Keynes, and the upstairs room, which was like techno, hard trance and things like that. That was called the Sweat Box. That everybody nicknamed it the Sweat Box, and it's just that. But great atmosphere if you're really enjoying it as well. So let's jump into these remixes then, Sam. So we're going to start by the Time Is Now remix. This came about obviously a couple of years ago from your connection with Dan, which obviously brought on my connection with you as well. So before we listen to the track, how do you know Dan Traced, and how did you end up getting this remix with him?
Oh God, it's like anybody else. Sorry, Dan, if you're watching this, I honestly can't remember. It's probably one of those things that goes back years and years, to the point where you just go, oh yeah, it's just Dan. How do you know each other? No idea. Not important, irrelevant. But I mean, I think it must have been something to do with either Cane FM or sort of working clubs around Guildford area or London, or some mishmash of all of it. But I'm very ashamed to say I can't remember. But I remember how the remix came about, because I was shooting this event up at Ministry, and there was a break between sessions because there were day sessions, and it was me, Danny Wiley, this really good techno DJ who, if you haven't looked up, you definitely should. Really high energy, and she's lovely as well. And Woody Cook, Fatboy Slim's son, we were just hanging around, just playing some tracks and just killing time between sessions. And then I said, hang on a minute, I've done something new as just like a fun thing. I want to test it on the Ministry system. Chucked in this little remix competition entry I'd done for Stomp by Subfocus when that was happening at the time. And then Woody started going off on it and just having loads of fun with it. I thought, okay, I mean, I kind of have to film this, which is something I never do because I'm not one of those people who goes, oh, we're going to do camera phone with everything. But it was hilarious because he was like doing that. It's like he was playing garage, like shagging the decks. It was really funny. And then I think I put that up somewhere, and I think then I got talking to either you or Dan or something. How do you feel about doing something a little bit like that? Because we really like the sound of that on one of these tracks. And I went, yeah, absolutely. And then that sort of jumped out there. And then I think I out of the blue messaged you saying, I really like the vocal on Ellie. Can I have a go on it? And you went, yeah, fine, here's the stems. Although the weird thing, the part of the vocal I really liked, I forgot about when I was selecting the files. I went, oh, this is good. And I kind of got carried away with other bits and pieces. Only after I'd finished the track, I came back and went, oh, damn it. The one bit I really liked, I didn't actually use. I completely missed it and forgot about it. So I might have to do something with that at some point as well.
Maybe a second VIP.
Oh, cool.
Brilliant.
Yeah, version 48.5.
Well, hold your horses on the Ellie track.
Yeah.
What we're going to do right now, Sam, is going to listen to the Time Is Now remix. So check it out. This is the Just Breathe remix of Traced The Time Is Now. Right, so I'm going to edit.
The place is here. Time is now. The journey into the shadows that we're about to watch could be arduous. 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 Could be place is here. Time is now. And the journey into the shadows that we're about to watch could be arduous. 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 Could be arduous.
So there we go. Absolutely fantastic track from Sam Just Breathe. This one's got a bit of a sub-focus vibe to it, hasn't it, Sam? It really took me by surprise when you did this remix.
Well, I mean, I remember us talking about some sort of like sub-focus dimension-y type feel to it, and I thought, no worries, I'll crack out the like the Benny Moog sort of stabby bass sound, and then as I'm working through it and getting the groove going with drums, I just sort of add a little sort of, I think it was like a squarey sort of lead in, and I went, yeah, all right, and just sort of carried on. It's like when you're sort of in that production zone and you're going, yeah, that's really good, and then it takes it in a different place to what you thought it was going to be. A bit more dance floory than what I was going for, but hey, if it works.
No, it definitely works. I mean, Andy C played it, so you can't really complain at that. And I mean, for me, I played it on my US tour as well when I was touring the USA.
Nice.
And it was one of, I mean, there's two tracks that stand out from that tour. Another one is Bring the Fire by Varkid, but this remix as well was one of the two biggest tracks of the tour. Definitely, it's got that American flavor, I feel, that they like over there. It really did really well over there as well.
Tell you what, while we're on it, that track Bring the Fire, check that one out. That is awesome.
I love it.
Really, really underrated. It's really, really good.
It's definitely underrated. It's probably one of my favorite tracks of that year. And another remix we've actually have done on this LP as well. So there's a big nasty remix by Beskar of that. More of that later in the episode. But let's go on to the next track. The next track is obviously your remix of Ellie, a track by me. Now, this track was made by myself, again, just after lockdown. And it was a tribute to my daughter. I was very, obviously all loved up and new dad and all that. And decided to obviously get the vocal, and it reminisced a lot about how I feel about my daughter. So, yeah, that's what happened with Ellie. And again, it's one that really caught your ear, isn't it, Sam, to do a remix?
Yeah, I mean, it was very much a case of I think you posted a clip of it up somewhere or something, and I think I reached out going, oh, hang on, what's that vocal? And there's this sort of really light, long, sort of airy thing on it, and which is weird because I actually forgot to use that in the end. I kind of got excited with all the other parts of the track and went, oh, this one, and then came back to it later and went, oh, right, yeah, didn't do that one. Might have to do something else with it at some point, but yeah, so I remember hearing this sort of airy vocal and thinking, oh, I could really do something with that and sort of warp it and push and pull it and whatever. Ended up not actually doing that at all, but used other bits from the track, and as I was playing around with it, trying to find which was sort of the better root note to use, I ended up coming up with this almost like Dillinger type style bass thing that sort of went in a way that I didn't really think was going to work beforehand. And I went, oh, no. Yeah, okay, that works, and just sort of ran with it. And then I did a little bit of like an old like Ram style vocal trailing thing on it and stuff. And yeah, I mean, the idea behind it is I guess sort of take it back to a little bit more of that kind of like just rolling rhythms, and then someone just drops in something randomly out of nowhere and it sends the whole dance floor alight, or at least that's what I hope it's going to be.
Well, let's have a listen to it. This is the Just Breathe remix of UHF Ellie.
I move the mountains like you can see.
there you go. Another fantastic remix by Just Breathe. Let us know what you think in the comments. Is this one a banger? You know, let us know. It's coming out very soon, April the 5th on the album. And of course, it'll be out March 25th on our Sampler EP as well. So this was, again, not what I expected, Sam, when I heard this remix, but again, blew me away. Lots of old school sounds in there, bit of jungle, bit of rollers. It's got a bit of everything, hasn't it?
Yeah, I tend to, you know, when you have a template of what everyone else is doing at the time, I tend to look at that and go, yeah, let's just do a mash of stuff. And especially when I'm doing something that's sort of, I guess, more kind of future soundy or more kind of sounds like a classic, I like to sort of combine both a little bit, just so you get, you know, more flavors inside one little bit of audio. I think that's just more fun to do, really.
Yeah, absolutely. Well, you've smashed it with these two remixes. I could not be happier. I'm obviously waiting on the Just Breathe single for Dirtbox. Obviously, you know, we've done the remixes now. Let's get something original from you. Let's get it out there and see what we can do in the future. Talking of which, 2024, what's that look like for you musically, photography? What's happening this year for you, Sam?
At the moment, I'm in that sort of horrible production stages where I've got 1,000 tracks that I haven't finished. I'm looking back at them going, ooh, there's something there. And honestly, not much else to report. I might kind of come out with something one weekend and go, oh, I managed to do this. This is really cool. There you go. Or I might forget about it and just have chips in bed. Who knows?
Have you thought about collaborating? Getting some out there to do a collaboration.
Yeah.
If you got half-finished tracks, mate, just send them my way. I've got a ton of in-house artists. Why don't we get you collaborating with Varkid, who did Bring the Fire?
I'll tell you what, I might have something that he can mess around with that could really work.
There we go. There you go. You heard it here first.
Okay.
Just Breathe and Varkid collaboration could be in the works. I like the sound of this. This has turned into a very, very, very lucrative interview, I can tell. Brilliant stuff. Well, we'll talk more about that a little bit later. For now,
yeah,
tell me your thoughts on the 50th release on Dirtbox. It's been the 5th year that we've been running. You're a part of that, and you've got 2 remixes on this LP. What does that mean to you, Sam?
Well, I mean, first of all, it's a bit of an honor to have not 1 but 2 tracks on there, which is something I wasn't really expecting. So I'm very, very happy with that. But the output from Dirtbox has been really, really, really cool, to the point where I started talking to various people about, I just had a new track out, and they went, oh, what's it on? Oh, it's on Dirtbox, remix by a guy called Trace. And there's a bunch of people were turning around to me going, wow, you've done a remix of Trace? And I was, yeah, I mean, to me, just Danny lives down the road pretty much. But yeah, to a lot of people, it's, I mean, I probably just had my head under a rock, but it's a much bigger deal than I think I've realized. What the hell have I got myself into? But yeah, the output from Dirtbox that I've been seeing is really, really, really good, and all these weird kind of just like dance floor slammers just coming out of nowhere. Like, I mean, we were talking about that Varkid track earlier. I think I did a little mini mix a little while ago for the Times Now release, and I think I chuck that in with an old Adam F track, and that one really jumped out. And there's a few others here and there. There was I can't remember the artist name or the track name, really sorry, but there was a purple piece of artwork with this sort of really aggressive, almost like a face style track on it. I thought that was brilliant.
Was it sequential? Sequential.
Maybe.
I think that was a purple bit of artwork. He's now known as Resurgence, so he's changed his name on it. I think that may be. I'm just trying to think back to purple artwork, but I think that possibly could be it.
There's like 2 guys, and then the sort of turquoise and purple, and the 2 guys were sort of standing up and looking forward. I might be remembering this completely incorrectly, but that one also really stood out. And to be fair, the output across the board has been really, really good. And I feel really honoured to be a part of that, and to have 2 tracks on this big release. It's really, really, really good.
It's been great working with you as well. So I love when you're doing music with, like I say, you totally take me by surprise whenever I hear the tracks that you're sending across. I mean, for me, I mean, yeah, we've got a big output, and it's definitely not quantity over quality. And one of the main reasons we do have a high output on the label is because we cover all subgenres. I'm just a lover of drum and bass. You know, I like neurofunk, I like liquid, I like rollers, I like jungle, I like it all. And obviously when you're covering such a vast amount of music, then you get a lot of music obviously across. So it's put me in the capable situation of being able to release quite regular, and, you know, having a nice brand like that can be consistent and relied upon. And bringing new talent through as well. You know, one thing that I do like about our label is if you release with us, you don't have to wait, you know, 12, 18 months to get a release for the majority of time. Some have waited that long, by the way, but for the majority of people, it's not always like that. But yeah, thank you for your track, Sam. These are absolutely blowing it out of the water. Like I said, the Trace remix has done the biz, and I'm sure the Ellie remix will as well. Ellie remix is on the Sampler 4. That's coming out March 29th, and also on the Great 50th release album on April the 5th. Sam, thank you very much for your time.
No worries at all.
Place is here. The time is now. And the journey into the shadows that we're about to watch could be our journey. 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 Time is now.
Okay, so next up, we are flying all the way over to Romania. We're speaking to Christian and Relucia. They are Resurgence. How you doing, guys? You all right?
Hi.
Thank you for your time, obviously coming on and having a chat with us today. Just want to talk to you about a couple of things, let our audience actually get to know who you are, and we'll have a little chat about the remixes and the remix that you guys have done for us. Is that okay?
Yeah.
So I'm going to go back a few years now for you, Christian. Me and you actually met in Malta when we were DJing. We were DJing for MIB, weren't we? Do you remember playing there?
Yeah, like 5 or 6 years ago.
Yeah. I
Yeah.
think it was around 2018, maybe 2017, was it?
18, I think. Yeah. Yeah.
Yeah. And were you there, Beluca? Were you in Malta with us? I think you were, weren't
Yes,
you?
yes, I was at
Yeah.
the party.
But you guys weren't doing the group then as Resurgence, were you? You were just performing as Sequential. What year
Yeah.
did you start Resurgence?
Yeah, we were just about to start this Resurgence project. Back then, it was just me and Marius, the other guy with Sequential. And we released a track on your label with Sequential.
That's right. Yeah. That was the first act of obviously working together at that time, wasn't it? After the party in Malta. So who come up with the name Resurgence then?
He came.
Yeah, I was looking to bring some, I guess, old school trends in drum and bass back, especially dance floor oriented style, just to bring it back in the scene, because it kind of got lost.
Yeah,
I mean, that's the whole idea behind Resurgence, to bring back to life the old school dance vibe of DNB. Yeah.
and you seem to like to produce a bit of everything as well, don't you? Like obviously you've had the high-end kind of liquid stuff like you had on Pilot. You had like the big commercial dance floory stuff on Dirtbox, and of course some really tearing neurofunk that you did for us on VTO Records as well. Has this always been something that you plan to do with Resurgence?
Yeah, well, honestly, I always enjoyed the full picture of DNB, and for me, the most important thing when I listen to a track, either if I want to get inspired or I want to play it on a show or something, I just listen for, I guess, the unique sound behind it, because after all, it's electronic music, and if you don't have a certain style that's well built through lots of practice in designing sounds and in just working with basic sounds and making them all create something together, makes your style unique. And that's why I never think about the fact that it's a more chill liquid track, or it's a more aggressive neuro, or it's a rolling one. It's a for me, it's DNB. Drum and bass is drum and bass for me, and it'll always be in my heart as a style that satisfies my producer needs, to say, to work with sounds and design sounds.
For sure.
So yeah.
And when you're DJing, Relucia, do you actually play all genres of drum and bass, or do you just stick to one style?
Well, she mostly plays neuro.
I'm a little bit. I was actually more into neurofunk. We started the project at the same time as I started to DJ at home during the pandemic, because I was at the university during that time, and we had a lot of time and a lot of time to be here in the studio to work together on tracks, to find our style. And for me, Resurgence, it was
The first
my
experience.
start point
Yeah.
in singing in the studio. I was singing before, but only at school and chorus, and it was my first experience as a writer and composer and singing in a studio. So yeah, and
Yeah.
yes, at that time I was playing only neurofunk because I was more into that genre of drum and bass, and it was for me more usual and easy to mix it. But now I started easily to combine dance floor with neurofunk. But usually while we are playing together, Christian is DJing the dance floor part, and I started also to have live shows to sing our tracks during the dance floor part, and after that I'm playing neurofunk.
Great stuff. And your English has got amazing since we last met as well, hasn't it? You have you been brushing up on your English a lot more?
Yeah, it's because my Moldavian roots and my Russian accent. I know I had like to correct it for the studio and for the singing, and I'm also working with a lot of foreign people, so I had a lot more time to exercise it. But thank you.
I mean, with the Resurgence album, Faded Colors, that came out on Dirtbox, I have to let you know this as well. The tracks on the album were the most requested tracks everybody wanted to remix. I had to start turning people down. I had to start saying, no, we've already got like three or four remixes. Enough's enough. It's just, it could have ended up just being a remix album of Faded Colors, basically. That's almost the case. Okay, so you guys, you mentioned obviously the singing there, and a lot about the production with you, Christian. You both play quite a lot of roles each when it comes to the Resurgence brand. What would you say your sole roles are each? What do you do?
Well, I guess we could say that mainly she's the one attending to all the social media related stuff, and talking to promoters and organizers and all that the stuff that's in that ballpark. And I'm the one that's mainly with writing, production, with I'm constantly trying to create my own style and not get too inspired or copy others too much. And yeah, she's the one handling the whole public image stuff. And when we get together to work on our songs, nowadays she's also been studying lots of piano and music, and now she writes her own lyrics, she writes her own melodies with the vocals. And back then when we made our first album, she would only write the lyrics, and I would
helping with the voice.
yeah, I would write the melodies and everything else. But yes, since then we evolved, I guess, as musicians, and now we just work together.
We can contribute both. I can also contribute not only with the mixing part, but composing too. So yeah,
she can even come up with a melody or a simple like 10-20 seconds idea, and it can become a track now. And that's way better for me, because I'm not the only one who always searches in his imagination. Now she's also doing that.
That must be quite a relief then. It is I mean, full it's a proper partnership, isn't it? You both have your roles, and it takes a lot of pressure off yourself, and especially with such an amazing voice to be able to add to those tracks as well. You've definitely got yourself a niche, so to speak, there in the scene, haven't you?
Yeah, she also had some singing lessons.
Yeah, I improved also my singing, and we have some new ideas on which we are working. And I think those tracks are like the best because we evolved a lot. We didn't release so much in the last time because we stayed in the studio and we try not to create our sound.
I guess that's part of the challenge.
Growing of an artist.
Yeah, I mean, the more you learn, the better you become.
Yeah.
The more demanding you are on yourself. Like I just don't like my ideas anymore as much as I did before. Like it takes a long time for me to like an idea I have because I'm way more demanding on myself since I built up all the experience and knowledge and so on, and now I'm way more picky with what I do. Yeah.
Great stuff. And last time I come to Romania to see you guys, we went to a party at the local club. Are those parties still going? Are you still throwing the events there?
Yeah, from time to time.
Yeah, it was a party organized by Christian. I think, yeah.
My birthday now.
Yeah, on his birthday, and we invited you.
Yeah.
And you saw our studio there.
Yeah.
Because you came to our house. Yeah.
Yeah, it was a good
You
time.
mean back then?
Yeah.
Like when was it? 5 years ago?
Yeah,
I think
it was,
1 year
2019,
after.
I believe.
Yeah, 1 year after the Malta meeting.
But was that my birthday or was it in the spring?
I think it was on your birthday.
Yeah.
Yeah,
It was. I can settle this. It was November 2019.
Oh,
not
so
on your birthday, but it was cold outside.
it was actually fall. Yeah. So
Yeah.
it's not my. Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah, I do remember it because I had an amazing time at the party, and I think I did a little too much because the next night I was just very, very, very exhausted. I ended up going to bed.
I'm glad you enjoyed staying here with us. I mean, yeah, it was a really cool party. Even though back then the place was way smaller where we used to.
They changed it.
Yeah. They moved the place and now it's way bigger.
Oh wow.
It's still the same place where we have drum and bass parties here, but
yeah, but now it's a really big basement. Yeah.
That's great. That's great. So following on from the Faded Colors album, a significant milestone in your guys' career was the signing to Pilot and featured on UKF. How did all of that come about, and was it a surprise?
Yes.
Well, to be honest, for me it was a surprise to begin with when I first released on Focus Recordings with my friend Subliminal Alex, and yeah, we actually used to play in like a blues rock band when we were teenagers for a little while, and then he just started DJing some house, I think, and after that he was like, hey, come and teach me how to produce drum and bass because I really love drum and bass, especially liquid. And I was like, yeah, sure, okay, let me show you some stuff. And the next thing, we're releasing on Focus, which is a pretty big label for liquid, especially. And I was totally surprised because those tracks were just like, for learning, for him to learn, like just for experimenting. And they ended up being actually quite nice, especially since it was his first EP and we have 2 collabs there. And then one day I thought to myself, what if I try to make like an old school liquid kind of track with a simple vocal part? And yeah, that's how Just a Waste came to be. And I was totally surprised when it hit UKF and when Pilot was so eager to release it.
Yeah, it
it
wasn't
was
Christian's favorite track.
it's not that it wasn't my favorite track. It was my first track of that kind, and
Yeah.
I was not expecting it to be so successful. I mean, everybody was so hyped about it, and I was totally surprised because for me it was, just the first try. So to get something that big on my first try it was definitely totally surprising. It still is to this day, because that track still has lots of streams and lots of views and listens. And
Yeah.
I guess that thing happens to most producers and musicians. Like you have a big hit track, and you're like, why is that track such a hit? Why is that track
Yeah.
so popular? You
I
just
think I think the track, I mean, I do see when I go onto my Spotify for labels from time to time, I obviously I can click on the Resurgence, especially if we're doing something, and I have seen that the streams are just insane still every single
yeah,
month, aren't they? Like it must be on
yeah,
some major playlists still a couple of years later.
yeah. And you know, it's a bit annoying for me, because I keep thinking sometimes that should I go back to that style, even though now I evolved so much and I can write all sorts of more complex and interesting ideas. Should I just go back to that simplicity because it works? It's tricky,
Yeah.
you know. It's always
Well, nobody stops you to just make another one like that. We can anytime work or something similar. I don't know. And
Well,
still
yeah.
doing dance floor and what we like, and maybe we can like also doing some liquid tracks, because we are now focusing more on dance floor tracks. So
well, I mean, at the end of the day, you do what you like. That's what's going
yeah,
to get noticed, because you can obviously feel passion in music, and if it's something you like, that's when you're probably going to come out with your more original work as
yeah.
well, aren't you?
I also think about just the waste reached so many people, because uh just transmits a lot of feelings,
Hmm.
and the lyrics and the melody are, I don't know, really emotional and also simple but catchy. And
Yeah, and it was totally random. That's what's so surprising for me. Like, after all these years, I have a bunch of musicians that some of them finished university in music, and I often consulted with them on how you're supposed to write, you know, vocal harmonies, all kinds of melodies on top of other melodies and so on. And now I can say my skill is way better. But back then it was totally random. Like, just the waste was totally random. Like, not for 1 second did I check anything in a nerdy way like I do now. It was just totally random, and it worked. It was, I guess it was just pure luck. I don't know.
first
Like,
instinct.
yeah,
It
yeah,
was the
like,
instinct, I guess.
yeah.
It's very important for artists to also follow their instincts, because a lot of them are usually just getting deeper into small details, and I think it's also important to just go after your feelings
Well,
and
yeah,
just go with the instinct. And
that's the beauty of music. Like, you can spend in an entire lifetime trying to search for a recipe,
after
and
that you just have
yeah,
one
and one
moment of
morning you
inspiration.
wake up and
You're like, okay, I
something
have an
pops.
idea.
Yeah,
For
like,
sure. And you talk about music evolving. Obviously, for this album, we don't just have remixes of your work, but you've actually done a remix for us as well. You remixed an old track by Slain called
yeah.
Dogtooth, and this track again very different than anything else that you seem to have put out, especially with my labels as well. What was the focus on that remix, and what made you choose that track to remix?
Well, I guess I liked the sounds. I mean, the combination of sounds he used. Uh, I really enjoyed the synth sounds he had on the track. Yeah, the drums were a bit too old sounding, so I just used my own drums. And the bass was way too smooth, because I like a more distorted and heavy, thick bass. But the synths and the atmosphere and the, I guess, tone of the track was really cool. It had also a really nice groove, and I I thought to myself, well, since it's so simple musically, why don't I put some interesting notes and harmonies there? And I remember you telling me that the atmosphere sounds like an old school roller track from I think Renegade time.
Yes. Yeah,
Yeah, and
absolutely.
I was totally surprised when you said that because I listened to some old school drum and bass during that period, but I guess it just got into my subconscious because I didn't intentionally copy it or something.
No.
Maybe it just
It's
stuck there.
very original. I mean, in reality, I think it's uncomparable to anything. It's very different
No,
because
thank you.
you've taken what is a general roller, like I said, a deep roller, and you've put some grit and a bit more danceness into it, if you get what I mean. That, you know, it's a bit more danceable, a bit more accessible, but it's still, like I said, when you think of things that are like hard rollers, you know, how like the old Renegade hardware sound, and maybe even Bad Company as well, it just gave me some hints of that, so to speak. And that is the only thing I could think and fathom up to say it's comparable. In reality, I don't think it's comparable to anything. It's a very original remix, if that can be done.
It's awesome to hear that, because as I said, the whole idea behind Resurgence is to bring back some old school sounds and the old school style of drum and bass, which got somehow lost in time. And for me, it will always be the main drive when it comes to writing and producing drum and bass. When I started to listen to drum and bass when I was just a kid, I obviously was listening to drum and bass that was being released 15-20 years ago. So yeah, that will still be the main style of drum and bass in my heart. But yeah, nowadays you have so many different styles, and it's really hard to bring back something from the old days. But
it's nice to have like a mixture of them, the old school sounds and the old school ideas, dancey ones, maybe more funky, I guess, but also adapted to nowadays, because the genre is changing and we all can see that in the scene. Yeah, and I think it's a mixture, basically. So,
well, what we're going to do now is we're going to have a listen to the track. Let us know in the comments, guys, what you think to this one. This is the Resurgence remix of Dogtooth by Slain. Right, I'm going to edit the track in here. So. Okay. There we go. There's the remix. That will be available on the album sampler. Was it 3 or 4? It's one of the album samplers that's coming out in March, and then it'll be on the full 50th release album on April the 5th. Yeah, fantastic. I'm sure everybody agrees with that. Absolute phenomenal remix. But on top of that as well, we've also remixed 3 of your tracks from the Faded Colours album. The first one, of course, with First Person, an absolute blinding terrifying neurofunk remix of that. We're speaking to him in this podcast as well, so we'll be taking a listen at that as well. And we've got 2 other remixes that we're going to listen to right now. The first one being By the Fifth, and this is a remix of Resurgence and Odin, Chicago style. So what did you think to this remix, guys? Do you think is it a good take on Chicago Style? The Chicago Style track was actually my favorite from the original album as well. So it was good to hear a new version of this.
Oh, interesting that you say that. That track was an interesting experience for me.
It started as a funny experience with all the Americans.
Yeah, it actually started with a good friend of mine who's a guitar player in a stoner metal band, and
is that Dennis? Is that Dennis?
Yeah. And he came up with this like cool guitar riff, and I was like, I have to put that in the computer. And eventually it came to be a drum and bass track, not a rock metal track. So it just naturally came to be eventually with all the synths and all the atmosphere. And when we had the raw track finished, I was thinking we need a certain theme, I guess. Maybe a good vocal sample there to finish everything up. And
you were watching the news.
I was, funny enough, I was just scrolling through Fox News on YouTube, watching the American riots, and I was like, man, this is perfect. This is exactly what we need. Like the whole track sounds so rioty, you know, like it's so bravey and just a riot. And it was and then we spent some time on Adobe Premiere to make a I guess collection of short videos from Fox News with the riots.
The video is actually was made by another friend of us, Danny, and he was learning more of Adobe and Photoshop back then, and he was like, okay guys, I can help you with, I can gain some experience and just see how it turns.
Yeah, but it was really cool for me because, interesting enough, just like when you're working on a music track, I mean on the DAW you're working, you still have very similar stuff to do with when you're working on editing a video.
Yeah,
it's just that you're working with video clips, not with audio clips, but lots of similarities when you're arranging the project and all. Yeah.
So did you create an actual kind of like music video for the track?
It's up on YouTube.
Oh, you need to send it over to me. We'll get it on our YouTube channel.
It's on YouTube.
That's brilliant. That's great. So and of course the Fifth, he put his spin on this as well as a remix. What do you think of the Fifth's take of this track?
It's definitely way more aggressive, but at the same time, I really like the fact that he kept the whole theme of it, like, I mean, musically, and also the vocal sample is still there, and it's clear and as what's the main idea behind the track. But he definitely went really hard and aggressive with the remix, and the drums are way more metallic and aggressive, and
that's
the bass is way heavier. But I guess it works because it's different. It's I mean, that's the idea behind the remix, to not be the same.
I didn't want anybody doing a remix to make another version of your track. You'd have to be another style. So that's I think
that's also the reason why maybe so many chosen our tracks, because our tracks were dance floor and they could remix them in a neurofunk style.
Yeah, they were softer and they could make them more aggressive.
Another style and something different.
And producers love to mess around with vocals. That's why I was very shocked when you chose Dogtooth, because most people, they were dying to do some bits with the vocals and things like that. It's just you generally have a lot easier experience. What's that?
Well, And that's the thing. When I listened to the tracks that were up for remix that you sent me, I was really just listening to how easy would the sounds be to work with, just the raw sounds of the tracks, and also the groove behind it, because that's the thing for me with drum and bass. Even to this day, I, I honestly think it's so difficult to get the proper groove, because drum and bass has its own original groove, which if it's not there, it's just way too different. But if it's there, the old school proper groove, then it's way easier for me to work with it, because I know that groove so well, because I listened to it day and night with my head in the speakers for years and years, while producing and trying to produce back when I started.
Yeah.
And once I have that groove locked in my head, everything goes so smooth when I work on the track, especially since I used to be a drummer when I was playing in a band back then. So yeah, for me, the rhythm is the main thing I look for whenever I listen to a track, especially with up for remix.
For sure. And talking of rhythm, there was one final remix as well. And I was quite shocked he actually went for this one. It's probably one of the lighter tracks on the Faded Colour album. Runaround obviously got the remix treatment as well, and this was done by Bad Ace, who's very recently had a track featured on Cause for Concern Records. So yeah,
nice.
Obviously the Runaround track. What did you think of this remix?
Well, it was definitely interesting that he kept the entire, and at least it sounded to me like he kept the melody intact, yet somehow he got a different, more darker atmosphere with the same melody. So yeah, I guess it's because he has a pretty cool sound design. He has his own library of sounds that he made probably, and he combined them in his own way, and without changing the notes, the melody.
Yeah,
so
it's like also more aggressive because it's
it's
also a
darker.
neurofunk remix, but kind of it's interesting because the vibe is different.
Yeah, exactly. It's a darker tone
Yeah.
to it.
Very, very different. Well, let's have a listen to that remix. We've got it here now. This is the Bad Ace remix of Resurgence, Runaround.
Physical fear.
Another amazing remix for the album. Cannot wait for people to get their hands on this. Again, as I said, we did listen to the First Person remix as well a little earlier. What did you think of that one, guys? The First Person remix of By a Thread.
For me, that is my favorite one. I wasn't really into that track so much as Faded Colors, but
That's because I wrote that
no,
track
it's not
entirely.
It's not true. But
by
I think I like more the remix than the original, I guess.
By a Thread was entirely written and produced by me. She just recorded the vocals.
Yeah,
So,
and
yeah,
I don't like to get orders, so I was like, okay, I'm just doing what you want. But
yeah. Well,
It's
I
great.
could say as well that it's definitely the most intriguing one for me too. I couldn't say favorite because all of the remixes have their unique thing that the producers added to my ideas. But By a Thread is definitely intriguing because I think he switched the main root of the bass from C to F, and I was totally surprised that it worked.
yeah,
Because it's usually really tricky when you change the root bass note, and it worked. And I guess that means he is a talented producer, because
For sure.
he could have just went the easy way, and
Yeah.
just
he was
But-
like, no, I'll just switch the root note and let's see what happens.
yeah, and it
Yeah.
worked.
Yeah,
It
yeah,
worked
sounds
because
very good.
yeah, it sounds different, and at the same time,
Proper
it
and
still has your vocals in there,
yeah,
and
yeah.
most of the melodies I put in. So, and it's definitely really different from the others, because it's even though it's still just a more aggressive version, it retains a lot of feeling. I guess it's a vibey, aggressive kind of neuro track.
For
Like
sure.
it reminds me a bit of Magnitude style.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yeah, definitely
Yeah.
sounds like Evolution Chamber in a way, doesn't
Yeah.
it?
Yeah,
Yeah.
exactly.
Yeah.
Exactly.
I really
I
liked it also how he chopped the vocals.
Oh yeah, you love Magnitude, yeah.
he actually spent around 3 months on that remix as well.
Ooh.
Okay,
Yeah.
so the appreciation
Well,
is here, my friend.
A long time, yeah, a long time on it. But yeah, he got there with it in the end, and as you say, it's a phenomenal remix. I'm not afraid to say as well, out of the album, it's the highest rated remix on promo that we've had. So
Okay.
it's got more ratings than any of the other remix. Not that it's a bad album, but it is standing out on promo quite significantly as well. So what's next for you guys then in 2024? Do we have any more releases this year? Any gigs?
We are
Anything you can
hoping
talk about?
we have the
We-
tracks, but we didn't send them yet because we wanted to be more. I don't know.
Yeah, we have a bunch of ideas going on, and a few tracks just finished the I guess basic structure of them, making them at least 3 or 4 minutes long. And we also bought a new microphone, so her vocals.
And the synthesizer.
Oh yeah, and her vocals now stand out way better. But I guess we're still searching for our own style, because making the kind of drum and bass that we were recently making, definitely more mainstream oriented, like definitely
More poppy.
yeah, it's like it's way harder to be original in it.
Yeah,
Yeah.
I think that's the challenge. And
Yeah.
we also have the synth now, so we can make our own sounds.
Yeah,
for
I
the new
also
tracks.
I also bought an analog synthesizer, my first one, and it's definitely a different experience, because me working on a computer and making sounds from a computer since forever, it's definitely an experience to work with sounds created from pure electricity.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's interesting. Yeah,
That's great. I can't wait to hear it. Hopefully we can do something again on Dirtbox perhaps later in the year if you get some things finished.
yeah, definitely. Yeah.
So last one for you guys. This is obviously a giant milestone for us on Dirtbox, the 50th release in 5 years. What does it mean to you guys to be a part of such a huge milestone and featured quite prominently as well on there with your name around 4 times?
Well, in the first place, we have released our first EP on your label, so of course it's something very important for us to be part of it because it was our start, and we also are very happy and excited. I was very excited also to hear all the remixes. I was like, okay, we have like 3 tracks, and it was like I can't wait to just hear them all and see how they turned. And
Yeah, I was honestly, I was really happy when we met back in Malta because with the guys from MIB, there was barely any production going on or anything related to production, like rarely. They were more into DJing and putting up parties and stuff. And I DJed for so long. I've been DJing since I was like 15 years old, I
with
think.
the dubstep.
And I realized I'm more into making music. I'm more into production. And I was so glad when I met you because you were all about promoting, producers and
Oh yeah,
guys like me who are more into making music rather than just playing shows. And yeah, it was really surprising that you actually even loved my music, my tracks, and that's why it's been always a pleasure for me to release on your label, and it will always be because you appreciate my work, my ideas, my view, so, and especially for her, it's been an interesting new experience for others to be eager to remix her vocals and work with them, because I was the only producer who worked with her vocals.
Yeah, I was very excited to hear how the others approached our tracks, and
great stuff. Yeah, I mean those remixes are phenomenal. Your remix is phenomenal as well. And again, just going back to obviously our meeting in Malta, I believe we were talking that much on that outside patio. I believe I missed the first 5 minutes of my set because we were that involved in chatting about things, but it was great. And obviously my time coming to see you guys in Romania as well, and let's see what the future holds. Hopefully a lot more, but yeah, I do see your vision. I absolutely love the vision that you've got for your music, and I love promoting it. I love to be the one that you're entrusting to actually put that music to the masses. And yeah, you've definitely got a friend and a promoter of your music for life here, 100%. Listen, thank you very much for your time, guys. It's been amazing having you again, and been amazing to talk to you again, should I say. Let's see what this year holds, and thanks again.
Thank you.
For sure.
Here we have our next guest, of course, on this 50th release Dirtbox Listening Party special on the DNB Raps podcast. None other than one of the newbies to the scene, really, to neurofunk in terms of a name value. It goes by the name as Kevin. You're going to all know him pretty soon as First Person. He's done an amazing remix for us on the very first album sampler and on the album. Kevin, how you doing?
Man, I'm feeling really good, man. I've been in the studio all day producing some new bangers, so I'm all out.
Great stuff, great stuff. That's what we like to hear. So I want to start by giving people a little bit of background of who you are and where you're from, Kevin. So you actually reside in Holland, is that right? Whereabouts in Holland are you?
Yes, I live in Beverwijk, which is close to Amsterdam. I've been supporting the crew, Scammer crew from Amsterdam for like 2 years right now, and I've been in the scene since, I think I've been producing drum and bass since 2019. I started with the Audio Killers. We made a big name in the scene. We had some big remixes and big solo tracks, and yeah, last year I went to go solo on First Person as well.
Yeah, so obviously you came from the Audio Killers group. Tell us who's actually in that group and what brought you together. Tell us the beginnings of you guys partnering up.
Yeah, the Audio Killers, yeah, we are just like 3 best friends. We've been chilling and going to parties since 2015, 16. These guys went there way before me, so they brought me into the drum and bass culture. And that's how things started running. And I always said, I've been producing music since I was 10 years old, and I was in the house scene, producing music, releasing music as Kevin Hire. And then I just, I went to a drum and bass party, and I was sold. I was sold, man. And that was basically the start. I started producing drum and bass, and at one point I was like, hey, let's do something together with the 3 of us, And we're just finding a name.
You was doing house music then. So what type of house music were you doing?
Yeah, big room, tropical house, a bit all around, the deep house, that kind of stuff. Yeah, totally different from what I'm doing right now, I think.
You dark horse. I never knew that. I never knew.
Yeah.
So you've obviously had a bit of a storied career in writing music. Yeah. When did the production start? When did that side of things start for you?
With house music, yeah. I think it started when I was 10 years. I'm now 26, so 16 years ago I started like practicing with a virtual DJ, and afterwards, like a half a year afterwards, I started producing in FL Studio 7. I think it's way back, but yeah, that's basically how it started. And going into the house music, it's just like almost picking presets and just writing chords. So for me, going into drum and bass, I think since 2017 I started producing drum and bass. Yeah. It's totally different. You just have to like learn sound design, and like the whole drum and bass music is much more complicated than what I was used to, actually. Well, it was a bit of a run, but in the end, it took me 2 years to release my first track, was the Audio Killers, since I started producing drum and bass. And I just spent a lot of time in the studio, and that's why I was leveling so much, So that's basically it. That's basically the whole story behind the Audio Killers First Person and Kevin Hire.
So, I mean, drum and bass is, obviously neurofunk as well is especially hard to master. Do you think you brought a lot of skills from making house music that probably helped you to excel a bit faster than most people?
Yeah, I think so. And also like the amount of time I'm spending on my music, I think that also made a huge difference for me. I'm currently also in the music academy in the Netherlands. So I'm also learning there a lot of stuff for mastering and mixing and sound design and stuff. So altogether, I think that the house period of my life really has made me make a big difference on First Person. Not so much on the Audio Killers, but more on First Person, because right now I'm like infusing more chords into my music, and the Audio Killers was like straight up like rolling drum and bass, aggressive neurofunk.
Yeah, very aggressive stuff. I've heard some of the bits, but that's quite funny because I was actually playing those tracks before I even knew you and that you were a part of it as well. So it comes full circle. So are you still doing stuff with Audio Killers? Is that still a thing for you?
Yeah, we put the production of the tracks aside for a little while because I wanted to focus. I actually wanted to focus on First Person. I was the only producer at the Audio Killers, so I was just talking to the boys, and I was like, "Yo, guys, I've got this amazing thing going on, like this project in my head, First Person, which I think would suit me really well, And they also were like, "Yeah, we could put the production side of the Audio Killers on hold for a while and just do your thing and just evolve with First Person, but don't forget where you came from." So yeah, for now we've put the production on hold, but I think it will start in half a year again. So.
Well, talking about where you came from, I mean, the Dutch scene is quite notorious for it's either big room trance or hard as nails gabba.
Yeah.
I come from a gabba background. That's where I started. That was like my first musical journey, producing, running a label and DJing it. Have you ever had any dealings in gabba, or did you enjoy that, or any of the other quite popular Dutch sounds?
Yeah, like I love hard techno a lot, like right now in the Netherlands, techno is one of the most popular genres, I think, momentarily. I also like hip hop, by the way. I actually like all kinds of music, but if I have to choose, it's gabber, like the old school gabber style breakbeat. It's techno and drum and bass for now, man. Yeah. But also like Blackout, one of the biggest labels in drum and bass, is a Dutch label.
Yeah,
it's been run by Blackstone Empire. Yeah.
I've always noticed that whenever the Dutch kind of just say, I'm going to have a go at that, they seem to just take over. I mean, a big example I've got is, do you remember like the Italian hard style reverse bass, the original sound from 20 years ago? Yeah. Well, like as soon as the Dutch, as soon as the Dutch started doing it, that's when it really took off, isn't it? The Dutch really, they always put their own imprint on things, I find. And Blackout is one where they did it with drum and bass and other producers like yourself coming out of the country as well, isn't it?
Yeah. There are a lot of like youngsters just like me evolving constantly. You have Tantron. I don't know if you know Tantron. It's also a producer from the Netherlands. He just released an EP on Hansom. Man, this guy is making moves, and there are like much more just like me from the Netherlands that are also steadily making moves in the drum and bass scene. So you see like the export of music in the Netherlands is really huge in every genre.
Well,
and
it's not new either. I mean, obviously, Noise is the biggest drum and bass act ever. It's arguable that they probably are, and they're Dutch. But I do feel that whenever the Dutch obviously take hold of nasty or hard, bouncy, big kick music, they really know how to do it. You guys have definitely got the ear for it. So,
yeah.
Tell us a little bit about Scamala Music then. This is obviously a label that you're involved in. Tell us the beginning, who's behind that with you.
Well, these guys have been like pushing drum and bass since way before me, man. They threw like illegal parties in a forest somewhere in Amsterdam. I also went there when I was a bit younger, and it took me a while to get to the crew and to show what I got and what I can bring to the label. I'm currently the label owner of Stonx Recordings. I do the scouting for artists. I do the music releases. I also help with the event, like the promotion side on the social media and such. But yeah, like I think 1.5 years ago, one of the CEOs from Scamala, there are like 3-4 CEOs at Scamala. It's some kind of a democracy here, So one of the guys came to me, Damien Sietsma. He's a very good friend of me, and he was just like, if you want to work for Scamala, you've proven yourself already with like my music and the knowledge I have behind it through my tens of years in the music scene, And he was like, why don't you join Scamala and help us growing this movement? And that's basically when I started like managing the label, and it's really bouncing right now, and we've got some big releases coming up. We already have had some big releases last year, but this year is going to be sick. We're going to release a track or an EP every month. So yeah, that's basically Scammel Recordings. Yeah.
Yeah, man, exciting times. And obviously you're pushing a lot of new talent as well, like we do on Dirtbox. Can you tell us a few names who you believe are the ones to watch in drum and bass, and not necessarily neurofunk, but drum and bass as a whole?
Drum and bass, yeah, Tantron, but he's already really big name in the drum and bass genre. He made a remix of Black Eyed Peas, of the Black Eyed Peas track. I can't remember right now, but man, this guy has like 2 million views, listeners on Spotify and stuff. Also, Rido and Carpa are going to release an EP next week on the 29th, Thursday. But yeah, these guys are making moves, man. Also Balron, this guy I think he's from the Czech Republic. Yeah, he's also making waves, man. So there are a lot of like youngsters and new producers that are making moves right now. And yeah, we like to scout them for Scammel, of course.
Yeah, Rido recently had an EP on Brainwave music, didn't he? Shout out to the Brainwave boys. That was a really good EP. I really like the stuff from him, and he has been around a little bit as well, hasn't he? He's had his name on a few imprints in the past.
Yeah, true. Yeah, true. But I think right now his sound is just leveling like hell, man. This guy comes with tracks, and the whole sound design is just on point. And I think lately, like every release he does, he's proving himself once more. You know, so yeah, it's a very promising talent, man.
Very good. So let's get into your remix, Kevin. Absolutely so excited to obviously let everybody hear about this and talk about it with you today. Just one quick question before we have a listen to the remix. When you've got the opportunity to do something like this, what are the main things you look for that makes you think, yeah, I'm going to remix that track?
You know, basically I have to listen to the track. I have to listen to a lot of tracks and then just make a selection. I choose my selection on how the track comes over to me, like the feeling I get in my heart, in my body. If I listen to the track, if I listen on speakers, how the bass is coming over on me, the whole atmosphere of the track, and I like vocals. I like vocals a lot. I like to infuse them into my music and making vocal cuts. So if a track has a vocal, it's already easier for me to pick the track. But also the track has to have a great atmosphere, and just I need to hear my music in there as well. If I choose a track, and for example the remix by a Thread I did, then this track was full of chord progressions, and it's a totally different track because it's actually a liquid dance floor track, I have to say. So for me, it was also a kind of challenge to like put the first person style in there, but it worked out really well, I think so.
Well, you've definitely put your stamp on it, Kevin. It is phenomenal, and you did pick a very special track as well. I mean, obviously Raluca, who's part of Resurgence, her vocals on this are phenomenal. This track by a Thread by them came out on the Resurgence album a couple of years ago, and when I put the back catalogue out to people like yourself, a lot of people were wanting to remix these Resurgence tracks because they've got that flavor. They've got a lot that you listen to it, and you can obviously put a spin on big vocal things as well. And yeah, I think you've done it justice. You've really brought that into the present, and very excited for people to hear. So let's have a listen to it now, Kevin. This is Resurgence by a Thread, and this is the First Person remix. There you have it. Absolutely massive. This is out on the sampler #1 and April the 5th on the remix album, the 50th release on Dirtbox Recordings. That's a smasher, that is, mate. Absolute smasher. Absolutely loving it. You got this remix done like over a bit of time, so you really got stuck in and spent some time on it, didn't you? Did you have any trouble with it, or was there anything you were trying to achieve with the track that were problems, or some things that went great?
Yeah, I think the hardest part was the Reese. Yeah, no, the Reese itself is like 6-7 layers on top of each other, so I was constantly like fixing phase problems and phase cancellation problems. We talked about it as well. So I had to listen a few times on different speakers, different clubs, even in my mother's car. But in the end, yeah, you know, the track took a large amount of time, but I'm fairly happy with how it turned out. And also, I think it's one of my best productions at the moment, because the whole atmosphere and how it comes together. Like also when it after 32 bars in the drop, you have the breakdown to the heavier part. You know, it's just a fusion of what First Person is and what I can bring. And it's also nice that you hear certain elements from the original track back in the remix.
For sure. So Mommy First Person has got a banging car sound system then, is that what
Yeah,
you're saying?
yeah. I put it in for her.
Great stuff. Okay, so 2024, I've been asking everybody in the interviews this. What can you tell us? Drop us some exclusive. What's happening with yourself, production-wise, DJ-wise, event-wise? Give us some news, buddy. What can people find from you this year?
Yeah, I think this year is going to bring a lot, man. I'm doing some remixes, also a collab with a very big artist. I can't say it right now, but this is something that I've been wanting since I started listening to drum and bass. It's one of my idols as well. And yeah, there's an EP coming on Hansom. I'm still working on that to get it ready. I'm releasing a single track on Scandal Recordings, my own label. Doing a remix for Mind Dicted, a collab with Impex from Portugal. I think he's from Portugal, yeah. And an EP for Impact Music France. So yeah, there's a lot on the schedule, man. It's going to be sick. All these tracks are going to be released this year, hopefully. I'm doing my best to achieve that.
You don't want to do anything with Impex. Leave him alone. Can't stand that guy. Horrible guy. I'm just joking. I love him. I love him to bits. We will be talking to him obviously on this podcast as well. So sorry, Marcus. Sorry. Love you, man.
No, yeah, he's a great guy, man. I love this guy, man. He also, when I talk to him on Instagram, we're just laughing, and it's a really great guy, man. I love it, man.
Yeah, fucking Joker. I love that guy. I love him. So this is a big project for us on Dirtbox. Obviously, the 50th release. It took us 5 years to get here. This is the 5 years of filth anniversary for us. What does it mean to you, Kevin, to be on a project like this and such a big milestone for a label?
Yeah, I didn't even think that you were going to accept my offer to remix this track, man. I was just like shooting my shot and asking you if this is possible, and then you came to me like, oh yeah, we have the 50th release of Dirtbox. Do you want to be on it with this remix? And I was like, yeah, nice, let's go. And you know, I haven't been part of such a project like this, such a big project. So for me, this is really also an eye opener, and it also gives me many opportunities, you know, to like push my sound in the UK, because it's my first release in a different country besides the Netherlands. So I really want to expand my territory with First Person. So yeah, it was a big opportunity for me, and I think you know, all the tracks, all the remixes from all the guys, man, this whole project is fire.
Good stuff. Thank you for that. And yeah, the same, the feeling's mutual as well. It's such an honor to have you on here, and obviously exposure to our crowd and people who listen to our label as well. And hopefully this is the first of quite a lot of collaborations we may be able to see, maybe get you over to come and perform in the UK and even release on some of the labels as well later in the year.
Yeah, that would be sick, man. I would be honored to come over to the UK. I've got some friends over there as well. We see each other like once a year, maybe once in 2 years. So when I get over to the UK, it's going to be madness, man. I can't wait for it.
Thank you very much for your time, Kevin. The remix is out April the 5th on the 50th release of Dirtbox Recordings. You have a good day, mate. Take care.
Yes, thanks, bro. Have a good evening. Bye-bye.
I would do various things very quickly. I will build a great, great wall. I would build a great wall, and nobody builds walls better than me, believe me. Tear down this wall. Tear down this wall. Tear down this wall. Tear down this wall. I would do various things very quickly. I will build a great, great wall. I would build a great wall, and nobody builds walls better than me, believe me. Tear down this wall. Tear down this wall. Tear down this wall. Tear down this wall.
So plenty more music for us to listen to on this episode of DNB Raps. It's the listening party for the 50th release of Dirtbox Recordings. You might see a few backdrop changes. That's because I've been doing these interviews at different times of day and night. And obviously got to use a bit of backdrop every so often as well, just to switch it up a little bit. Also, we've got these T-shirts celebrating, as you saw earlier, the 50th release T-shirt. This one is the 5 Years of Filth. Absolutely awesome bit of artwork done by our good friends at Boom Slang Recordings. You can grab these on our socials. Make sure you're taking a look for them on there. Get yourself a T-shirt to celebrate with us. Okay, next up, we have the most interviewed man in Dirtbox history. This is the third time he's actually sat down with us on DNB Raps, one for his release, and obviously he had an amazing track with us called Listen on the Vibe City LP last year. It's the last listening part we did. Go and check it on our YouTube channel if you're seeing this on Facebook or Instagram. He is, of course, the Scottish wonder boy. It's Ruben himself, Beskar. How you doing, brother?
I'm doing good. It's, yeah, I can't believe I'm the most interviewed person. That's funny, but
it's only 3.
Well, yeah, but I don't know. I like chatting to you, so
yeah, I know. Just can't keep away from you, mate. It's those beautiful looks and the Star Wars helmet. That's what does it.
Yeah, exactly.
So, what you been up to this year, 2024? We're having an interview just about every year now. So, what's the start of the year been like for you?
It's been pretty chill, to be honest. I've been busy, but not really with music, to be honest. I've been working quite a lot and just had run up with, like, I've got loads of releases at the start of the year, so just kind of going along with that. I've been producing a lot of like music that isn't drum and bass as well, just as like a side project. So like I've been doing quite a bit of that. I really need to actually pull the finger out and get producing a bit more DNB again, especially for you guys as well. I want to give you like an EP this year. So yeah,
we've saved a slot just for you when that's ready, Ruben. So it's sat there waiting for you. Don't worry about that.
Good. It's coming. Yeah, it's coming. It's just it's taking a while.
That's all right, mate. Obviously, the best things come to those who wait, and we know we're going to get the fire, as they say, when it comes raining down on us. So very recently, you've actually just done an album, haven't you? A liquid album, and yeah, wow,
yeah.
How long did it take you to do that? Can you tell us a little bit about it?
Oh, ages. Yeah, I mean, it just started out as like just a few liquid tracks here and there that I was sending around to different labels, etc. And then I kind of got to a point where I had about 5 or 6, and I realized at that point that like every single one of them was either like a collab or I had like a featured vocalist on it. So I kind of came up with the idea of maybe doing like an album where it was kind of like a various artist, but it's me. It's like everyone I'm on and I'm producing or I'm doing vocals, but every track has like a featured artist or a vocalist on it, and call it Liquid with Friends. So that is coming out in 2 weeks' time, well, less than the 1st of March on GZ Audio, which I'm super excited about. I'm super proud of it. It's you know, I produce all the full spectrum of drum and bass. I know with yourselves, I kind of tend to do a bit more, you know, neurofunk. Although I did do Listen for Yous as well. That was one of those tracks that kind of I did think about putting on the album, but at the same time, it wasn't a featured vocalist, or it was just me. So I'm kind of glad that you were doing that at that time, because it meant that that track had a place to go to.
Lucky us.
yeah. But yeah, the album. Yeah, I'm super proud of it. It's absolutely brilliant. All the other artists like absolutely smashed it on it. There's some really there's some collabs on it, which are like people that have never really produced drum and bass before, even, or it's just people that I've met in the past, and I've got quite a few people from Edinburgh on it as well, which is good. And then the biggest thing about it, the thing that I'm most excited about it is the fact that we've pressed it to vinyl. So, you know, that for me as a massive vinyl head is just absolutely mind blowing. That's like end career goals. So I'm super excited about that.
Oh, it's been a long time since I had the vinyl out. Very long time. Was that out now? Can you actually get hold of the vinyl?
It's pre-order out now, so I'll get posted out on the 1st.
Right.
But yeah, pre-order is up. It's on the GZ website. So yeah.
Great stuff. Yeah, I mean, one thing I have noticed as well with yourself is you always, I don't know if you just accidentally get attached to great concept projects, or for some reason you just entice it. Like anytime I see you doing something, there's some kind of concept. Obviously the Dirtbox big Star Wars concept that we had, we did all the promo vids. Then you were part of Vibe City as well, and now obviously this album, and obviously the concept within it about friends, and you know, the artwork with the drinking with friends and stuff. What do you think that is? You know, you all seem to be attached to these concepts, and you always seem to have great ideas around it as well. Do you think this is an happy accident, or do you think it's just coming for a reason?
I think I find that really interesting that you said that, and I like that you've noticed that. It isn't something that I intend to do. I mean, sometimes I intend to do it, but it's not something I always intend to do. But I think coming from a kind of, my background in music is very all over the place, and like for me, concept albums are some of my favorite albums. So like, you know, Pink Floyd's The Wall, from My Chemical Romance to Black Parade. Like I love those albums, and like there's so many that like it tends to be for me that my favorite albums are kind of at least have some sort of concept to them. So I, like I said, it wasn't really intentional, but it definitely does happen. I have done it intentionally, and I do have some stuff in the future which is very like highly concept, which is very intentional. But you know, it's I think that just overall does tend to come across in my music without you even realizing it. So I find that really interesting that you've noticed that. That's a big tick for me as well.
Yeah, I mean, for me as well. I mean, I love the concept things. I mean, you can do a concept without it being gimmicky, can't you? You can do something that has something behind it. I mean, this is almost a concept thing. It's the 50th release. It's 5 years of filth, and it's the biggest remix album that's out there. Do you know what I mean? So we've done that. I've got a few others in the pipeline as well. Some of the concepts that I've actually come up with very recently to let loose this year, I will tell you about off camera, and maybe even get you involved in some of those. I think you'll be very very happy to hear some of the things that we got going on for it.
Yeah, definitely. You know, I'm always up for it.
And apart from the music, you know, one thing that I've been privy to very recently that you've helped us out with is our brand new tape pack project as well. So just for anybody listening, I'll give a bit of background. You can check all this out. We've started a project on Dirtbox called the Tape Pack Project. And basically we've taken two artists that were able late last year to get me 12 tracks ready, an album's worth of tracks. And what we're doing throughout the entirety of 2024 is we're releasing a single from each artist on the 1st of every month, no matter what day that is, through the entire year. Now, as opposed to normal promotion and things like that, we're just working on building their Spotify up. The artists in question are The Fifth and Shaper. And Ruben was gracious enough to really jump in and help us on this project, not only to put his imprint on it, because you obviously felt something by it and what notion we had by it, but also the fact that we are trying to build this up to get some money to the artists as well. So very low promo costs. We've cut every corner we can. And yeah, you basically designed the artwork for this project, didn't you, Ruben?
Yeah, I like the idea of it. I like the concept of it. I think for me, Shaper is someone that helped me quite a lot at the start of like when I started producing drum and bass as well. Like he's the one that basically gave me the contacts for Ram, which was like a massive career move for me. And then The Fifth, you know, he's absolutely killing it at the moment as well. So it was just, yeah, I think it's good, nice to support these artists. I enjoy doing artwork anyway. I do all the artwork for GZ Audio now. So it's like it's within my skill set, and I like, you know, I'm happy to do it for free if it means the artists get more money at the end of the day. That's what it's all about.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, like I said, we're trying to just give them the majority of the profit on this as well. We've cut promo costs down, everything like that. And the idea behind it is we want to give a consistent release schedule to kind of counter all this bullshit going on with Spotify not paying people until you've had 1,000 streams. So, well, you know, a couple of the main things that Spotify does like is, you know, somebody that's got an active release schedule and it's consistent. And so we've put those two artists in this position to get that, and hopefully it'll build them up for the future, even past this project. that their Spotify is always going to make them money, as opposed to worrying and wondering if they're going to, hit 1,000 streams a year on it.
Yeah, no, it's a great concept.
So let's get into this remix, Ruben.
Yeah.
Now, I can say, I can definitely put back the place that I can take us back to the place that we decided to get this done. And I think this was the catalyst for this album. Again, you're always involved in these concepts some way, helping to instigate it. But I believe in the Cyber Cunts group, we've got a bunch of producers, what me and you were in. I chucked up probably one of my favorite drum and bass tracks of the past 5 years, Varkid Bring the Fire, just a heavy, techie, jungle kind of drum and bass track. And you jumped on this like lightning in order to give it a remix. And well, let's just say you surprised me with what you came out with. But yeah, like I said, this was probably the first remix that I got everything together for this album. When you heard the track itself, what did you think of it? And did you intend to go in this direction, do you feel?
I don't think I ever intend to do anything with any remix, to be honest. I just kind of see what happens. But I mean, as soon as I heard the track, I'm the same as you. I loved it. I like that techie jungle vibe, and it was getting quite a lot of attention at the time as well. Andy C was playing it and stuff, so it was a no-brainer to remix it. And yeah, in terms of the direction that it went, I don't know. I just love really fucking hard neuro. So it was like, at the end of the day, it was just, I don't know, sometimes that happens, sometimes it doesn't. But I think with a remix, for me personally as well, is I like to change it up a bit. Like I think it has to stay true to the original. Like there's certain criteria for a remix for me where it's like, it has to stay true to the original. Like I don't like just using like one vocal sample and then everything else is different. Calling it a remix for me isn't a remix. It has to be true to the original, but has to also do something different. And it's easier. It's easy to make something heavier rather than make it less heavy. So it's like, just beef it up a bit.
And it's very strange as well, because for me personally, the original track, you don't hear a lot or enough of that type of drum and bass. And the same for your remix as well. It takes it past that neurostep kind of genre as well, doesn't it? It really is almost like you've let the reins off. Do you know what I mean? You've took the chain off the pit bull and you just let it run rapid with that remix. It's fucking awesome, let's be honest.
It goes off live as well. Everyone goes mental for it.
Yeah. I think played it in Manchester. When was it? It was last November, I think it was. And I think it got 3 rewinds. just of the intro. I couldn't help myself, but yeah, people were calling for it. So who am I to deprive them of 3 reloads of the Beskar remix of Bring the Fire? Yeah. But yeah, we've stuck that pride and center. It's track 1, obviously on the sampler one, and it's coming out on the album as well. So let's give it a listen. If you've not heard it already, strap your fucking self in, fasten your seatbelts, because this one's going to blow your tits off. Here we go. Beskar remix of Bring the Fire by Varkid.
Bring the smoke, me, I bring the fire. Original, Dan Dada. Bring the smoke, me, I bring the
There we go. I'm out of breath just listening to it. It's weird. It takes all the energy out of you, doesn't it? But you want to dance, and I don't think I don't think my girlfriend upstairs would appreciate me dancing around here at the minute. So I'm not going to bother. But yeah, man, absolutely smashed that remix. Smashed it out of the park.
Yeah, no, thanks for getting me involved. It was a pleasure to make, and it was a fun one, and it was nice to go that hard. And I don't know, it's always fun to just push it to the extremes, like you said. And I'm glad I did it with that track.
Well, that's not the only feature you've got on the LP as well. We decided to remix both of your tracks from your EP early last year, obviously on Dirtbox, with Mount Erakos and of course Willem Scream as well, didn't we? So we've got an interview with Konetix, and we're going to be listening to his remix. What did you think of the Konetix remix?
Yeah, absolutely brilliant. I think both those artists absolutely smashed it. It was it's the first time I've had any of my tracks remixed, so it's interesting. It's an interesting point in my career for that to happen. I don't know. It's maybe something I never really thought would happen, or that anyone would ever want to. So it was nice. But yeah, they absolutely smashed it. They both have done exactly what I think I did with Varkid Remix, which is it's true to the original, but just beefing it up a bit and giving it just something a bit different,
That's it. And speaking of the other one, let's have a listen to the Maniatics remix of Willem Scream before we let you go as well. How's about that?
Yeah, sounds good.
Here we go. Here's Beskar, Willem Scream, the Maniatics remix. There we go. I mean, what I love about this remix as well, they've almost like put a big groove to it, hasn't they? It's quite funky, this one, I think, don't you reckon?
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah. It's again, rare and it's like the original, but just adding something different, and they've definitely added the funk to that one, and it's they've brought the funk into neurofunk.
That's it. Well, I mean, big up the Maniatics, Javio and Rubio from Spain, I believe. They recently had an EP with us last year. We actually wanted to get one of their tracks remixed, but unfortunately they lost the parts for it, so we weren't able to get any more remixes of their tracks done. But hey ho, we got them featured on the album, and I didn't want to remix everything off every EP, but those two tracks, I think they're very standout tracks, and we just had to get them a feature on here. And it's great to hear them brought up to date a little bit as well, isn't it?
Yeah, absolutely. And it's nice to just be on it. Well, Beskar on it 3 times as well. Like it's just feels good. It's yeah.
Well, again, 3 interviews, 3 features on the new LP. They're all coming in threes. There's something else that's going to come in threes. I wonder what that could be. I wonder what it could be. So before we let you go, tell us a little bit about 2024. We know what you've done recently. You're going to be working on some stuff. What's coming this year, whether it's gigs, releases, remixes, what's happening in the Beskar world?
Not a lot that I can really tell you about on air.
I know you've got a snidey little monster coming on a compilation later in this year that's actually nothing to do with us.
Yeah. So that's the yeah. I don't know. Apart from, to be honest,
my lips are sealed.
Apart from that, not too much is done because I've been focusing on that quite a bit. And like I said, I've been focusing on kind of music outside of drum and bass for a while. So I think I'm looking forward to. I think probably at the start of the year for me is like, this is mental. Like the next few weeks, I've had like singles run up to the album. I had another remix out like a couple of days ago, and then this album's coming out, and then I've got the thing that we can't mention coming out. So it's going to be busy at the start, and then I think there will be a lull in the middle of the year for me where I'm going to have to pull the finger out and start producing a bit more. But then obviously I'll have an EP with you guys, and I've got a couple other things in line. So, but like I said, nothing I can really. It's annoying the way that it works in the music business like that, isn't it? Can't really.
Oh, yeah. No, I know. But there is things to look forward to. So keep your eyes on Beskar. Let him know what's going on. Drop us some comments if you like the remixes that you heard of his tracks or the remix that he's done for us. Let us know what you think in the comments below. Before we let you run off, Ruben, as you know, this is the 50th release. We keep batting on about it. What does it mean for you being on a mammoth project like this on Dirtbox?
It's just, I think I like how much music you guys have put out in the past few years that's just, I don't know, just top quality. And I think it's nice to be part of such a big project that with so many artists on it, that it just shows how versatile you are as a label, and that you kind of, everyone on the label definitely has their own sound, but for somehow you just kind of feel like it's Dirtbox. And I know it's kind of a generic answer, to be honest, but I don't know, it's just I just love the label, and I'll always happily give you stuff. That's the bottom line.
We will happily accept it as well. I mean, you are definitely one of my favorite producers out there, Ruben, and it's always a pleasure to work with you. Like I say, my creative juices always get to flow when you're around, I believe.
Yeah, and I would say the same about you. It's nice to let my creative juices flow. This is maybe a section.
This is going terrible. We better cut it out here. Get a room, boys. Get a room. Okay, listen, buddy. You have a great evening. Thank you very much for your time. The Varkid Bring the Fire Beskar remix is out on Sampler 1, and it's coming on the Dirtbox 50th release album, April the 5th. Check it out. Next up on the podcast, we have got one of my favorite producers at the moment. We got him in last minute to remix one of the biggest tracks on Dirtbox Recordings of last year. This was by Beskar. It was the Star Wars theme release. I believe it's pronounced Mount Erenakos. I always get it wrong. Anyway, Ben Cooper, aka Konetix. Ben, how you doing, mate?
Doing good, thank you. Yeah, just been working away, but doing good.
Brilliant.
Feeling happy.
Well, thank you for taking your time to have a quick chat with us today about your remix for the 50th release, and also see what's going on as well. So whereabouts are you based, Ben?
North London, northwest London. Yeah, grown up here all my life, so I was between here and Brighton for a while, but I'm just back in London now.
Brilliant stuff. So I've only seen rumblings of you over the last couple of years out of lockdown. How long have you been producing drum and bass for?
I've been producing for about 4 or 5 years, but things only really got moving for me during lockdown when I recorded a mix with Skibbity, and he then put me in touch with some of the friends who I have now, and that kind of kick-started me to get the ball rolling a lot more.
Brilliant. Well, what an entry into drum and bass, the one and only legendary Skibbity, bringing it to the forefront. And obviously me and you got talking early last year through a mutual friend as well, DJ Fantasy, didn't we? What's your relationship with him, and what do you do with good old Steve?
Well, yeah, I met Fantasy through Skibber, and then, do you know what, Fantasy's just been kind of a solid point of good friendship, of like giving me good feedback on my tunes and helping me to make sure I'm creating the right vibes, and yeah, just kind of helping me along the way as much as possible.
He does have that kind of mentor kind of role, doesn't he, in drum and bass? He takes a lot of people under his wing, and he seems to be helping people make connections in a really good way, like us too, you know?
Yeah, I mean, he's a very, very knowledgeable man, so.
And sorry, say that again.
I said rightfully so.
Rightfully so, yeah, absolutely. So you've got your own imprint as well. I know we've been obviously chatting about some stuff for Dirtbox, but tell us a little bit about your own label.
Yeah, so kind of in the latter part of last year, maybe at the start of last year actually, I launched Melted Face Recordings, Melted Face Records. Obviously the name has come from the idea of putting out face melters, as they say.
Screw face.
Heavy bassy tunes, exactly. But yeah, do you know what, for me it's just been that pillar of creative freedom where I can make something, design the artwork myself, make the tunes how I like them, put them out on my own schedule. And for me, I found it really, really useful. Just it has no boundary for me. Jump Up, Liquid, there's a whole array of things coming out. Obviously I had the full vocal tune with the Wiser and P Money. And yeah, there's loads of different things coming out on there. I think I've got a 140 dubstep tune coming out on there. So there's plenty.
Yeah, it's definitely doing some bits. I mean, obviously for the name that you would expect a big face pumping jump up track, you've had Liquid releases on there and things like that as well. So are you very open to just kind of, putting stuff out there, and if it sticks, run with it?
100%. Yeah, Melted Face Records is kind of getting to a point now where I want it to be able to open the door for other newcomers like myself who maybe don't have a platform where they can have full creative input and design their own artworks and put out whatever they feel at the time. It's kind of just like no barriers, and for me that's what I love about it so much. So brilliant. It's cool.
Well, you've obviously had some good success of late as well, especially with your own music and doing stuff on other labels. But one of the things I do like, if you can pinpoint something that you're doing right, you've taken a lot of the aspects of what should be done now. I mean, for example, Spotify, they're big on collaborations. You've just took the ball and ran with that and gone with as many collaborations as possible. Like you said, you've done tracks with Wiser, P Money. We've got another one coming up very soon as well, a huge collaboration you've got. Is this something that you're going to have more focus on this year? And can you tell us any more collaborations you've got in the pipeline?
Yeah, no problems. Collaboration for me is like the key to learning and having fun with it. You make friends along the way. I've actually got a tune with another grime rapper coming out in April called Tommy B. He's up and coming grime rapper. He's absolutely wicked. There's some yeah, there's a whole load of more drum and bass stuff coming out. Me and Ben Snow worked on a new tune. I believe me and Harley D are getting back in the studio. Me and Akuna over in Brazil, we've just started something. So yeah, there's plenty to come. Yeah, the next collab, the big one, is coming out very soon, but we'll keep that as a surprise. So,
well, this podcast ain't coming out till the end of March.
Okay, so then my latest release was the DRS and Fantasy collab. So
Brilliant
that would have been out by then.
By now.
by now, yes.
by now. Excellent stuff. So definitely lots in the pipeline for you. And obviously just a bit of background for people watching. I actually helped to manage Ben's label as well, which is, again, it's been a pleasure obviously working with you on this project, Ben. And I definitely see that it's causing some waves, even more so obviously our gig that, well, when people hear this podcast, we will have already played at the SASES residency show at XOYO, where they actually gave your label its own room as well, haven't they?
Yeah, it's really exciting. Do you know what? I'm really honored to have my friends coming down to support and represent Melted Face Records, yourself included. It's quite a nice thing that my brand that I thought of one day in my bedroom is now being supported by SAS, as well as my people that mean a lot. So it's cool. It's nice. I'm excited.
Yeah, absolutely. So I mean, it's weird obviously talking about this in a sense of moving forward. This podcast obviously live after the gig, but we're a couple of weeks before that gig now already. But yeah. If you're watching this now, go out, check the videos of the SAS residency, and even get you sent a ticket to one of the other shows, because I think you're playing a couple of the shows, aren't you, Ben?
I am, yeah. There's I'm playing on the 3rd week as well, so it should be good.
Brilliant stuff. So let's get straight into it. What a great entry into having a track on Dirtbox Recordings than actually doing a remix for us. So I've been asking this a lot of the producers, what thought process goes in to when you choose a track to remix?
I just think of what's got a vibe, what's got a nice vibe, what's kind of making me get that head bop going, and like when I'm sitting here in the studio, what am I kind of catching a groove on? And yeah, if something comes with that vibe and I start feeling, actually, that would sound really cool like this, then for me, it's just a recipe for success. Success being something that I like and enjoy, you know.
Well, he got shot out on promo and everybody's absolutely fucking loving the remix, as we know. He even got on the Neuropunks channel, didn't it, with Gydra? And yeah, good 40,000 views on that channel, seeing the remix, and the reaction was phenomenal, weren't it?
It was brilliant.
Okay, well, let's have a listen to the track then. This one is Mount Erenakos, and this is the Konetix remix. Brilliant stuff, Ben. Absolute hit in the making. You can all grab this now on the sampler, and it will be out again on the album on April the 5th. So tell us a little bit about the process of putting this remix together. Was it easy? Was it hard? Was there any elements that you really wanted to keep or change?
Yeah, I mean, the thing is, I wanted to keep the neuro-y vibe to it. It's something that I hadn't really delved into that much before, but I always liked the sound. Always thought it was quite an advanced way of producing, just like the whole neuro side of things. And obviously predominantly I've been doing jump up for a long time, so I thought about maybe fusing the two. So I kept them kind of neuro drum hits and the big respace, and then dropped it into the jump up fusion parts, and yeah, just had fun with it, really.
Yeah, I think there's a new sound coming out of this as well. I mean, I know a lot of people talk about the neuro jump up, but this is kind of another element of that. And there's another track on the album. We spoke to Sam Glitch City, he's remixed a neurofunk track as well on the album. And yeah, I think there's something with this. Get some jump up producers to remix neurofunk. I think we've definitely got we've got a stab in the dark. We've got making something out of this. But yeah, it's a great remix. Definitely one of my favorite. Definitely one that I've been caning, and a lot of big names are obviously on the back of that as well. So 2024, what does that look like for Konetix and Melted Face Recordings? We know you've got a few collabs in the pipeline. Can you give us any insight, any exclusive, or any gigs or releases you got coming up?
There is some exciting things. I've actually just started a new little role doing songwriting and ghost production and ad production. So there is a lot more to come from that, which we can wait and see what happens and what comes from it. But in terms of Melted Face Records, communal growth is my goal. Get some people involved, try and get as many vocalists and, you know, young producers, experienced producers, and just keep it open.
Well, you've had quite a bit of good success, though, especially with your collaborations, Ben. If there's anybody out there that's just trying to break through as a producer or a DJ in drum and bass, I mean, it's quite a vast answer, this, but what's a couple of the best bits of advice you think you could give people?
Definitely get in the studio with as many people as you can at the start, because you will learn from them and they will learn something from you every time. I get in the studio with people who have just started producing and they show me a little shortcut, and I'm sitting there thinking, how do you know this? Oh, and you know, you can always learn something new. My other piece of advice would be, at the start of your journey, try not to get too attached to your music, because it's in those times where you learn the most, and it's always good to make a song, learn as much as you can from it, and then get straight on with the next song, and just keep making those, you know, those progressive journeys in your music.
That's some good advice, Ben. Obviously, always good to know. And yeah, I mean, if anybody comes to me about collaborations, I'd definitely send them your way with some of the results you've had over the last few years, and some of the hits that you've had on Spotify as well. Some tracks absolutely blew up for you, didn't they?
Yeah, I've had some good streaming results on Spotify and other places. It's good. I would just say the collaborations is the key.
And on the Melted Face side, have we got plenty of releases planned? What about events?
There is plenty of releases planned. In terms of events, obviously we've got the XOYO for a start, the room takeover for the SAS, as you mentioned, which we've just done a couple of weeks back. And yeah, there's a few more things in the pipelines. As you said earlier, it's got some jump up, some liquid. So ideally I want to try and run a lot of jump up nights, but I want to try and get a couple liquid nights in over the year as well. I've always had a bit of a soft spot for liquid.
There you go. There you go. So last question, I'll let you get on with your afternoon in the studio. So this is a monumental release for Dirtbox Recordings. It's our 50th release, and we've done this in the span of 5 years, celebrating its 5th year of existence this year. What does it mean to you, Ben, to be on a mammoth project like this for a label like Dirtbox?
Absolutely honoured to be involved. It's a great label. It puts out great music. The history is all there, and you know, it feels great to be part of it.
And it's brilliant to actually add you to that list as well. I'm loving that we've actually got you on this LP, and down the line we'll definitely get something in terms of more music featured on there, and maybe do some cross label stuff as well. Who knows?
I'd be up for it.
Exactly. More chats to come. Lovely stuff, Ben. Have a great afternoon in the studio, and I'll catch up with you soon, mate.
Nice one. Thank you.
Cheers, pal. And so without further ado, we welcome back another second guester to the DNB Raps interviews. He was actually the very first interview we did on the series. So you probably already know who he is now, all the way from Albuquerque, New Mexico, across in the States, the one and only Beskar, aka Brett. How you doing, buddy? You all right?
Yeah, doing good. Doing real good. Thanks for having me.
Thanks for coming back on, mate. Really appreciate it. It's nice to get a bit of face-to-face with you every so often, since we do quite a bit of work together throughout the year.
Yeah, for sure.
And it looks like you've kind of changed your setup behind as well. It was there was a bit here and there and everywhere last time. It's a lot neater and tidy. So you've either doing something for the music, or you've got a lady in the house now who's tidying up for you. Which one is it?
Yeah, well, I kind of getting this set up to probably start doing some like live streaming. So I've moved the decks around and so the camera can view it, and kind of got things a little bit different organized for that. So probably be doing some live streaming here coming soon. So
oh, that's great. I really want to get into doing that myself. Been a bit restricted with the children being so young at the minute, but yeah, as soon as I kind of get some room, I really want to get back into it, because it's great practice for DJing as well, isn't it?
Yeah.
Don't get enough for it. In lockdown, I was doing loads of it, but yeah, not since then.
Yeah, I'm surprised. I see a lot of people still doing it though. I thought it would kind of disappear, but it seems like it's like really still happening like that. So that's cool. I like that.
Some shows have picked up again a little bit, haven't they? They seem to be go-to ones. I mean, just for example, there's two I watch regular. I watch Stonx show, Best Drum and Bass. Obviously, Ollie, big up Ollie. But I also watch Bez and Gydra, who do the neurofunk show. Have you ever watched that one?
I've seen the clips, a lot of the clips. Yeah, I've never watched it all the way through yet, but I've seen tons of the clips. Yeah.
Well, they've got a great. Sorry, go on.
No, I'll just say a lot of excitement with those. Yeah.
Yeah, they've got a lot of passion in there. They're dancing and stuff, and basically they have one guy DJing and the other guy just talking and just kind of fist bumping and things like that. It's great, isn't it? It's a great show to watch.
Yep.
And you can't go wrong when it's full of dub plates as well, can you? That's one of the main things. Great stuff. So we're here to talk, obviously, about the last year, really. You've got a remix with us on this 50th release album. More of that in a moment. But since your release with us on Dirtbox last January, what have you been up to?
Just I guess just had a handful of other releases just throughout the year, various ones, I guess, Grand Theft Auto and Abducted Limited, Boomslang Recordings, So those have been some of the main staples, I guess. But yeah, there's a few more things coming up now. Along with that, like we did the Grand Theft Auto and One More Thing Patreon exclusive back like about a year ago, but that's actually getting re-released as on Spotify and stuff now. That's coming up here in a couple of weeks, so that's kind of cool.
That's awesome.
Yeah.
That was a great release. Was that with One More Thing with Dave? Was it slightly?
Yeah.
I think. Yeah.
Yep. So that was a cool release. There was like four or five tracks on there.
Excellent. Yeah. And you, like you said, on Grand Theft Auto, you had that amazing release, Gorilla Glue EP. That was fantastic. And my personal favorite over the past year that's not been Dirtbox related, Valles Marines, was it? On Boomslang. Wow, what a fucking EP. That was it was kind of like a bit of a homage to some of the old Dark Step tracks as well, weren't it? Some big Amons on there and pots and pans.
Yeah, that's exactly what it was. I mean, I have my vinyl. I recently, before I made that, I went through all my old vinyl that was from like around like the early 2000s to 2007 basically, and just all sorts of like Barcode, Renegade Hardware, Lifted, just all sorts of stuff from back then. And it really kind of like tapped into my head. So when I started making some stuff, it really influenced that EP a lot. So but since then I've kind of readjusted my brain again to kind of looking forward to doing some like newer stuff and some more like kind of more up to date, kind of little fresher stuff, I guess, in my mind.
Yeah, and there's been, like I say, there's been quite a spread of DNB subgenres that you've been touching on this year. Do you feel that maybe, in a way, are you kind of trying to find more of a sound that you touch on, or do you just love just dipping into everything every so often?
Yeah, I mean, that's how it's been. It's just kind of like more of how I feel and just kind of going with my feelings of that time period or day, or just kind of those moments and stuff. But I am trying to focus more in and like, fine tuning the sound that I can stick with for a little bit and kind of like, grow off that. So that's kind of where I'm at. And I've kind of slowed down on my production recently, kind of aiming toward that for the most part. So, and that's, partly part of the reason I'm going to be doing a bunch of mixes, and I have been doing some mixes recently, DJ mixes, just kind of refreshing my brain, getting some new ideas in there, stuff like that. So.
Yeah, I remember you mentioned you were going to be slowing things down a little bit just to kind of concentrating in on that. But I do love the variety. I mean, it's something that's been a little bit more common. I love that a lot of producers now, that in drum and bass, they're not trying to be restricted to kind of one subgenre or sound. They're just making what they feel. And I don't know, I think I am generally drawn to those kind of artists a lot. I think that's why we started speaking, and obviously Impex and Beskar and things like that. And the label Dirtbox is all about that. It's not restricted to one sound. I love to, I love to sign music with producers and say, just make me something. And then if we like it, we like it. Doesn't matter if it's liquid or, neurofunk or pots and pans. Do you know what I mean? It's something that I love to kind of keep fresh, and it keeps your interest perked as well, doesn't it?
Yeah. I mean, I think no matter how hard I try to do something, or like try to do something a certain way, and it never comes out that way. It just kind of comes out my sort of version of it, and just kind of like, that's why I guess it keeps it a little bit more wide like that, I guess.
Yeah, for sure. And like I say, when I say I noticed how it paid homage to that kind of sound as well with that EP. That's my roots with drum and bass. So my first experience of actually loving and jumping onto drum and bass, obviously I'd heard it previously, but mine was Barcode and Firtst Recordings, and a lot of the US producers, Evil Intent and things like that, and Pish Posh, who we'll be talking about shortly. These were the guys that really got me into that sound, along with Spore, Noisier, and artists like that as well. Is that something that you kind of like to play true to and obviously pay homage to with those kind of tracks?
Yeah, I guess, I mean, in a sense, I mean, it's definitely like, part of my background for sure. I mean, that was during the time actually I worked like at a record store, so I was getting all sorts of free like promo vinyls of all that stuff, and had my access to everything like for cheap and stuff. So I really was like, that that time period, and that's when I was living in SF, was like really a big part of my, you know, really getting into drum and bass. I mean, I was, you know, started in '99 with drum and bass, but that time period was definitely a real golden era for myself, I guess I would say.
Yeah, for sure, for sure. Quick question on that though. So in your opinion, two questions actually. Who do you think in that old school sound is probably one of the most underrated producers? And question two, out of all the ones that actually left, because tons of them have left, haven't they? They're not doing drum and bass anymore, or move on to other sounds, are just not producing now. If you could bring one back to do an album, which artist would it be?
Well, I mean, you know, that whole, I would say like Violence Recordings, you know, being from the United States and everything, and from the West Coast where I was, I mean, that was a really big thing. And just people like Hive and Gridlock and Echo and stuff like that. I mean, all those guys were, you know, they're amazing. So it's like, you know, Hive, I think he's just maybe doing mastering now. And I think Gridlock's starting to do some more stuff again. But like Echo, like, he used to be like one of my favorites for sure too. It'd be great to see someone like him, you know, getting back into it and stuff. But I mean, I really have no idea what, you know, he's been doing. I don't think he's been doing any drum and bass, but yeah, I mean, there's a lot of guys. I mean, like you got UFO, he's still around doing his own thing, different genres all the time. And I've seen him doing some jungle and stuff like that. But I mean, a lot of those West Coast guys, I mean, lived out there for a while. So it's like they were a big influence for me, and, you know, looked up to those guys a lot. So
yeah, and I share that sentiment as well. As I say, it was mainly the US guys with a sprinkling of the UK guys that really got me into the sounds of drum and bass. And what about underrated? So if you think of the artists that we had back then, was there any that you think were really underrated for the music that they were doing?
I mean, at the time, I mean, I don't know. Like, I mean, I'd say like people like, you know, Hive and Gridlock and stuff, but like, I wouldn't say they were underrated, because at the time, I mean, they were really blowing up and getting releases on all sorts of, you know, huge UK labels, Metalheads and just Virus and all that. So, you know, I mean, maybe they were underrated, like for people in the UK and stuff. I don't know. But I mean, as far as, you know, people from here, I mean, you know, they were doing it, you know, so it's, I guess, yeah, I'm not sure if you consider them underrated by any means, but yeah.
No, I feel, yeah. I mean, in the bigger term, I suppose they are underrated if you're looking at drum and bass as a whole, aren't you? And in every genre, you know, they probably should have been a lot bigger than what they were, even though they were smashing it. I mean, to answer that question for myself as well, I would say if there's anybody I could bring back, and he would have to bring back the sound he was doing, not an incarnation of it, it'd be E1. Or as everybody knows him today, Kill the Noise. I would love to hear him do a ton of old school Barcode style stuff again. That would be that for me. You know, some quality tracks obviously on some of the albums there. And in terms of underrated, there was one artist, and he was an American artist, and you're familiar with him, I'm sure you are. Assassin as well.
Yeah.
So
he's still doing stuff, actually. He's still releasing, and he's been releasing on Abducted Limited recently, and he's got a radio show going and stuff. But yeah, he was definitely a staple of all of that too, for sure.
Yeah, definitely. His stuff, he did some crazy stuff as well. I mean, like, you know, I've talked about this before on the show, that a lot of me discovering artists was going on Soulseek and just obviously looking around there, because I didn't know where to, you know, find new artists. And obviously you start to discover it all. And he was one of the first artists kind of I found after typing in Noisia and Spore. And he did, I wish I could remember the name of the track. I still own it, but he did a track that was just full of music and samples from Resident Evil. Do you know the one that I'm talking about?
I can't think of specifically.
But I know. Maybe I'll edit it in later. So if I find it, I'm going to edit it into the show later. But yeah, absolutely awesome. And I think he was very underrated for the kind of, you know, crazy music that he was doing back then. He definitely should have been getting more props. 100%.
You know, another person, I guess, too, would be someone like Dream. I think he's up in Canada though, but he really was tied into all of that, and you know, he was releasing on all sorts of labels during that time too, and you know, he's still doing his thing and DJing and putting out releases, so that's good to see he's still around.
I believe I've got him on socials. I've spoke to him a few times. He's always grabbing stuff off the mailer that we send out as well with the releases. So it's glad to see that he's still supporting drum and bass as well. That's another big name from back then as well, isn't it?
Yeah.
So in terms of productions, then, do you have much in the pipeline that's going to be on show? I mean, obviously we've got the big Dirtbox 50th release, and we'll come to that in a second. But what else is going to be on show for you this year?
So coming up recently or soon, as I mentioned, that algorithms that's on that One More Thing. Besides that, actually, I'm really excited about this. I got a release coming out in Grand Theft Auto. I had a song called Get It that came out on my album that came out on Grand Theft Auto like 2 years ago. But the group Hologram actually did a remix of it, and they did an amazing job. And it's super exciting to have like those guys remix my song. But those, I'm not sure if everyone's familiar, but that's like Diggs and Citrus Fly and D-Tune make up Hologram as like a super group type thing. So, but yeah, I love that tune, and I'm really excited that they did that. And that's coming out toward the end of March, I believe.
Brilliant. They're doing a lot of different stuff as well, aren't they? Some quite diverse stuff here and there, a bit different than the norm.
Yeah, I think so. Yeah, it's they got an interesting sound. They definitely have been doing so.
For sure. And have you still got heavy involvement in Boomslang Recordings as well? Obviously, one of the bigger United States labels at the moment. You've got a lot of output on there. Obviously, you work closely with Mike Geigen as well. Are you still working close with those guys?
Yeah, yep. We basically, for the most part, there's a big group of people that help with the promotion and stuff. But basically, Mike, critical control point. That's it. And Amy, Octane and Amy, and then Mike, the four of us have like a group chat that we kind of, we all work together on like the direction that we want to go, and, people we want to sign, and just like, what to do with the marketing. But we all work together and just basically, vote on stuff, or just, give out ideas of directions we could go with stuff. So we kind of have like a little group thing. And for the most part, we're helping Mike out,
That's great. Yeah. I'm familiar with Critical Control and Amy. They're very passionate about the drum and bass. That seems to be everything they post about. So it's good to have people on your side like that who really want to get stuck in and be involved in a project like Boomslang, isn't it?
Yeah, it's great to have them on for sure. Yeah, they do a great job.
So let's have a listen to some of this music then. Obviously, you are well represented on this 50th release, aren't you, Brett? Quite a few in there. There's a couple of remixes from yourself, and there's a few remixes of your tracks as well. So yeah, super heavily represented on the 50th release. So we're going to start with one of your tracks. This is a Pish Posh remix of Time at this point. There we go. That's the Pish Posh remix. I love saying that word, Pish Posh. Pish Posh. I love saying it. But yeah, this is one that you recommended to me as well. And obviously, when you said the name Pish Posh, we've just been talking about classic Barcode and Evil Intent acts. Pish Posh is one of those that's part of that gang, isn't he?
Yep, for sure. Yep.
And he's obviously been quite active of late with the productions. Did he take a long layoff? Did he before he was doing some recent stuff last year?
I think he's been continuously working, I've seen, and releasing on some like US labels and stuff going through time. Like, I don't think he ever really like stopped or anything like that. But I mean, you know, what was it, about a year ago, him and I released a track together on Patrol the Skies. And actually we have another collab that's supposed to come out on an album of his. I'm not sure when that's coming out, but, you know, we've done a couple collabs, you know, semi recently. And then when this project came up, I was like, you know, he was one of the first people I thought of to see if he'd be willing to, you know, do a remix. So, and luckily he was. So yeah, that seems to be doing good with the on the promo side right now.
For sure. Yeah, I'm so happy that you set that up as well. Keith's he's an amazing bloke. He's really nice to talk to. I hope we are able to get him on an interview for this, but again, timing with being in the States and the UK, it doesn't always work out, unfortunately. So again, thank you for that, Brett. But yeah, I mean, I was absolutely loving this remix. It definitely put it not taken away too many elements from it, but it given it a nice, fresh, like different swing to it, hasn't it? If you get me.
Yeah. Yep, I agree. Yep.
I mean, one idea that I have actually had for Dirtbox as well, obviously from, you know, like I say, I've seen Assassin and Psydream and Pish Posh. I'm really thinking about maybe putting a release together as like a homage to like the Barcode sound and things like that, just as one release with just those kind of artists on from back then. So I don't know, I'm maybe going to try and get that sorted out pretty soon. What do you think?
That'd be cool. That'd be awesome.
You would. So let's have a listen to another one of the tracks that we had remixed from your EP. In fact, all three of your tracks from your release on Dirtbox have been remixed on this album. This one is Let's Do It, and this is the Noise Souls remix. Okay, there we go. Noise Souls smashing it out the park on this one. They put their signature sound on it. What do you think of this one, Brett?
I really liked it. I love the drive on it, and just like the frequencies were just really good on it. Like just really hit really nicely. I was really happy with it.
Yeah,
sure.
these guys, they came out of nowhere for me. I forgot the label that I discovered them on, but they're actually from Argentina. They're Argentinian, so they don't speak good English. So it takes a little while for us to obviously get to the bottom of things when we're having a conversation, which is fine. Obviously, and unfortunately, we can't get them on the podcast unless we get a translator. But yeah, Noise Souls for me last year, they had an EP on Dirtbox, and they almost bring almost like a techno sound to the rolling drum and bass, don't they? They tone it down, they simplify it, but it's got like a driving kind of chugging feeling to it, hasn't it?
Yeah, techie feeling. Yeah,
yeah. I've actually not spoken to the guys in a while. I believe they've been moving, so they've. Well, just to let you all in on just a little secret with this, Noise Soul's actually done an album for us on Dirtbox. He finished the album and he says, right, I can move house now. So my album, well, his album for me was actually holding his move up. But he got it finished before he did, because he thought, well, I'm not going to be on the internet. I'm not going to have my studio. So yeah, it could be a couple of months before we see him. But yeah, this is a phenomenal remix. I hope that he gets online and sees that we're about to release it, because he should be really proud of this work in my eyes. So on to the next remix, and it is obviously your cohort, the one and only Mike Raggerscum, aka Geigen. Yep. This is a banging remix, if I do say so myself.
Yeah, yep.
So he's remixed Mechanisms, probably the most popular track from your Dirtbox release. We're going to get straight into it now. This is ESKR Mechanisms, and this is the Geigen remix. There we go. So that's the final of the 3 remixes that we've got on here, but it's not the last representation from Beskar. Before we move on, Brett, what did you think of the Geigen remix? Pull it apart and let me know what your thoughts are.
I thought it was great. He definitely brought it up a notch for sure. Brought in a lot of new elements and stuff, and it was really, really like moving. Like I really liked it a lot. So
Mike's productions are getting great, aren't they, as well? I mean, he showcased some real talent on that Dirtbox EP last year. Do you feel like me, he's kind of captured like an updated version of some of the old Loxy Inc. and Renegade Hardware sound in a way?
Yeah, I'd say so. Yeah, he was always into that sound a lot too, so it doesn't surprise me at all that he's been, an influence from back then also coming out now.
For sure. Yeah, well, we're loving this remix. Again, all 3 of these are going to be released on the 50th release Dirtbox album very soon on April the 5th. Now it's on to your remixes, Brett. We'll have a deep dive into these 2 here. We're going to start with the first one that happened last year and give a bit of backstory on this as well. But let's have a listen to it first of all. This is the UK producer Sonication featuring the lovely Rio on vocals. And this is Hide the Lies, the Beskar remix. There we go. Phenomenal remix. And of course, the original of this was a liquid track on our Vibe City LP last year. Now, just a bit of backstory with this. When Sonication came to us with this track as a submission, we signed it up straight away. He was very adamant that we looked at getting a remix done. So we gave him a few options, and top option was ESKR. He wanted to get you to actually do a remix on this, and you smashed it out the park, mate. You took a liquid track into, well, almost like it's like a, not a commercial track, but a bit more of a party drum and bass track, isn't it, what you've done to it?
Yeah, I'd say so. I just try to just add my little flavor to it. But yeah, I mean, that track's really, really cool. I love it. The original, the vocals, and then the production, and like all the sounds, like the bass and the melodies and everything. I was really impressed with that song, and just to be able to get my hands on it was fun. So I enjoyed it.
And what's your take when obviously doing a remix as well? Is there anything specifically you look for, and was obviously just doing a vocal something that really stood out to get your teeth stuck into?
I mean, the vocals were really nice to, that was a nice additive to it all to be able to work with, because I mean, they just sound great. Like pretty much anything you do with them would sound great. But basically it's just anytime I get a remix, I just listen to what I was given, like the stems and stuff, and then just from there listen to them, absorb them, and then just kind of see where my brain, like where I want to go with it from there. So
excellent. Yeah, well, you smashed this one out of the park, as I said. We've had to sit on this for a little while. Obviously, you did the remix literally just before the Vibe City album came out, so we had the original and we had the remix, and yeah, we had to kind of put that in storage, lock it away under key and padlocks and whatnot, until we could obviously let that one breathe for a little bit, and then bring this one out. But it's still got flavor to it. It's definitely not outdated. And I'm really enjoying playing this one out as well. It seems to be very popular on our promo that we sent out of the album as well. Have you managed to play this remix out at all in any gigs?
I haven't yet. Nope, I haven't yet. So,
well, there's a few people out there. I know DJ Rap is supporting it big time at the minute. She loved the original as well. So she's been playing it on a Cool FM show. On to the next one then. So the final remix that is involving ESKR is, of course, one of the greatest tracks on Dirtbox Recordings, one of the greatest EPs, in fact. It is by Traced, and it's a track that's been remixed twice on the album. This is the System remix by ESKR.
Go.
So there we have it. There's the final remix, the final installment from ESKR as well to this lovely, lovely LP that we've got forthcoming on April the 5th. So what made you choose? Because obviously I gave you a few options to remix for the LP as well. Obviously we already had the Sonication track, but what made you choose the system? Why did you want to get your teeth stuck into that one?
Well, I would say a lot of it was like, well, first off, I mean, it's like basically a legend made it. So, you know, someone highly respected and stuff that made that. So that was a, you know, a fine point with that. But I mean, just the sound production, the sound, like everything in it was just great. And just to be able to like open up the project and just like go through all the sounds and just kind of see how, you know, he makes things was just like a, you know, a great thing for me to be able to, you know, to get into and just to see. It's like, I definitely enjoyed that. But yeah, it was, I really liked that song and everything about it, the energy of it and everything. So I kind of wanted to see what I could do with it. I knew I couldn't do it better, but I just figured I could do it like, you know, sort of my own kind of style to it, I guess. So.
Yeah, it is good. And like I say, you've kept the party element to it. You've kind of taken away that tearing neurofunk and replaced it with something that obviously is more of a traditional drum and bass track, isn't it, as well? So really enjoying this one also. But yeah, it's great to get you guys together on that as well. Like I said, is to me, sometimes remixes, they're basically like a collaboration, aren't they? It's not necessarily always you're flipping that track. It's, you know, it's almost you're just doing something to that track, and it is a true collaboration. And I think if you guys ever were to do a proper collaboration together on an original track, this is the kind of thing you can expect to come out. It's like a meeting in the middle, isn't it, almost?
Yeah, that'd be awesome. I'd love that. But yeah, I do have to give a shout out to Stonx too. He did amazing job on his remix of it too. Because yeah, I really like what he did. I enjoyed that a lot. So good job for him.
And thankfully, it was a complete other direction as well, wasn't it? So it's I like that. I don't mind giving two people remixing the same track as long as you get two different results. And I think we did it there. Absolutely.
Yeah. Oh yeah.
So if we take away any track that you're involved in on this remix album, is there any other tracks? You mentioned obviously Stonx remix there, but is there any others that you think kind of you noticed and that you're really enjoying on the album?
Yeah, he was a new name to me, but First Person did a remix, and I absolutely love that. I basically, yeah, that was the first thing I've heard of that person, and I did go to Beatport, and I saw he had an EP on there too. Was it Scamelli maybe or something like
Scamala Records? It's he's involved in that label. He's like you are with Boomslang. He's involved in that. It's a Dutch label. They've got a lot of releases planned this year, and we've actually interviewed him for this show as well. But First Person, or Kevin as he likes to be called, he does spend a lot of time on the track. So he's not got a lot of music out there, as you can see, under First Person so far. However, he does stuff under the alias of Audio Killers as well, with a group of people. So if you want to look up some of his music under Audio Killers, there's some there. But yeah, it's crazy when you see a name like that and the level of production there. It blows you away. It's like, hold on, this guy's not just started. There's no way in hell that's happened.
Right. Yeah. It's really good. So if you haven't heard of him, I definitely suggest to check him out.
That's right. Yeah, and he'll be very pleased to hear that as well, coming from somebody such as yourself with a great back catalogue, Brett. I believe I said this to you on our previous one, but let's see if you've got any different answers now. So going forward for this year, who are the ones to watch out for other than yourself, of course?
I mean, I guess a lot of new names I would say for myself, but like a lot of the stuff I put on the new mix that I going to be putting out with you, but you know, geez, like people like Momentum, Subcat, was it ONP? Let's see here. Bad Syntax. I mean, he's been around a long time, but I enjoy his tracks. But yeah, there's a whole lot of people that are new to me. Was this guy Scorpion? I think he's from like the West Coast, but all sorts of new names that I'm just loving. I'm just getting used to and getting to know now. So, but yeah, I'm just trying to keep my eyes open for lot of new stuff, and just keep open for a lot of new music that's coming out. So
yeah, and there's a lot of great new American names, like some of the ones that you just mentioned there. So it's good to see these guys obviously coming through, and you're at the helm of, you know, one of the brands out there that's able to bring them through as well. So that must be quite cool to be kind of one of the first people between the music being released and coming from the producer to actually get that out there.
Yeah.
So apart from the music then, what else have we been doing? I mean, obviously you live out there in the desert in Albuquerque, New Mexico. What you been up to if you're not doing the music? You've been very busy tidying that room, but what else have you had on?
Well, I do work like a full-time job with computers and stuff like that, like networking and computers. But basically on my free time, I mean, at least probably like 4 or 5 times a week, I go out hiking out in the basically the mountains, the deserts, stuff like that, just to try to keep active and just, you know, work on my mental health and my physical health and stuff like that. It's just really becoming more of a priority for me, just in general. So, but yeah, been doing a lot of that. Hoping to get out to some more shows and stuff like that that have been happening out here. Kind of, you know, try to get more involved with the scene, the Albuquerque scene. But
is there much drum and bass going on there in Albuquerque?
There's, I mean, I wouldn't say a lot, but there's definitely, it seems to be consistently like either a monthly or something that are going on. And and actually I see them, they seem to be booking a lot of like US people and bringing people from, you know, different US states and stuff like that quite a bit. So it seems to be a you know, a US night that's supporting a lot of US artists, which is cool. I see a lot of people talking about that, you know, online and stuff about, you know, supporting more people over here and all that. So it is going on. So it's good to see.
You've got to. I mean, obviously, we're kind of inland. We're very spoiled here in England, and obviously being way across the ocean, it can be very expensive for events, obviously flying the main artists. So kind of you guys really do need to kind of build your local talent up as much as possible to make them, you know, up there. You need your Andy C of the USA. You need your Serum, and you need your Jade and your Teddy Killers that are USA based, don't you? So you've obviously got those headliners there and bringing them through, haven't you?
Yep, I definitely agree with that. I mean, it seems like we used to have that, like what we talked about before, you know, like with all those names that we mentioned earlier. But you know, I do see a lot of people that do get booked quite a bit. But yeah, I would like to see more focus on it. But obviously there's the whole point of, you know, it's easier to see someone over here, and like a lot of the big names in the UK are big names, and they've been around a long time and they make awesome tracks. So, you know, when someone does, you know, spend the money to bring them over, it does have a big draw. So it's kind of a, you know, toss up there. But
you need to you need to reach out to that local promoter. He might not even know that you're based in Albuquerque, and they're definitely, you know, if they're into US drum and bass, they're going to have heard your name. So yeah, make sure you reach out to those guys, and let's see you doing some slots over there pretty soon.
Yeah.
Okay, we've got one last question for you then, Brett, and I'll let you get on with the rest of your day. I believe you're coming up to around, was it 12 noon, 11 a.m. over there, was it?
Yeah, just about
yeah.
12.
So I'll let you enjoy the rest of your Saturday. But before you go, what does it mean to you to be on such a monumental milestone for us on Dirtbox Recordings? And obviously you've got a big history with us in the past, right now in the present, and obviously in the future we've got some releases planned as well. But tell me your thoughts on this project as a whole and what it means to you being involved in it.
Well, I mean, I'd say it's definitely a huge honor to be part of it. You know, just the names of everyone that's remixed my tracks and the ones I got to remix, like, I mean, and then having 5 tracks on it alone, it's just like, I feel, you know, pretty excited, well, beyond excited about it all, you know what I mean, to be such involved with it. So yeah, I'm really excited to see you know, how everyone takes it, because I think, I mean, so far seems like people have been really liking a lot of the tracks on there. So, and it's huge, it's a, you know, a huge compilation altogether. So yeah, I think it's awesome. I'm really happy to be part of it. So
brilliant. And we're very happy to have you on. I mean, just for the record with this, is it was never purposely to have you have such a huge representation on there. It, like I said, we had one guy, Sonication, asking for you to remix a track. that ended up on the album. Obviously, we wanted to give you a dibs on a track as well. But again, like with everybody else, I wanted to let people choose the music they wanted to remix. And before we knew it, all 3 tracks were snapped up from your EP last year to actually do. So obviously a lot of people were wanting to jump on that as well. And yeah, it was good. I didn't really do much steering. You know, there was 1 or 2 where I was like, right, I want you to remix that, because obviously you don't want to, you know, everybody remixing Traced and ESKR tracks on your release. Do you know what I mean? Because that could have easily happened. You know, maybe save that for another EP. But yeah, it was good to see you have that representation there, and first and foremost, work with you again on a nice project. It's always good to touch base with you, Brett, and it's always a pleasure, my friend.
Yeah, for sure. I agree. I appreciate it.
Before you go, let's give some props to Mike Geigen, who should have been in this interview, but he's probably laid in bed or something. I don't know. Has he been out drinking last night or raving? He's been partying. Who knows? But yeah, Mike, you missed a good interview, mate. We want to give the props to the T-shirt you designed. So we've got 2 designs for the 50th release. Obviously, it's not only the 50th release, it's the 5 years of filth that we're actually dedicating this to as well. So this is the 2nd design from Mike. As you can see, it is very Mike Geigen, isn't it? You can tell he's designed that. It's very individual, and yeah, I'm loving that. The Dirtbox TV. That's what that is. So these T-shirts, along with our other 50th release T-shirts, they're on sale now. Go over to our socials at Dirtbox Recordings, or even find the link on dirtboxrecordings.co.uk. We're actually selling them on Redbubble, but we have some very special individualized ones as well. They've got all the tags in, they're proper souped up, proper Dirtbox ones as well. So get in touch if you want one. We'll get the links over to you. And of course, let us know in the comments what you think to the 3 tracks that have been remixed of Brett's, but also his 2 remixes as well on the 50th release. We'd be very, very happy to see what your thoughts are in the comments below. Brett, thank you again very much for your time. It's always a pleasure, my friend. Will you come back and speak to us next year?
Yeah, for sure. Yeah.
Let's make it an annual thing. Definitely.
Right. Sounds good.
Take care, buddy. Have a good day.
All right. Thanks.
Okay, so for our first guest on today's podcast, we have none other than Stonx. Ollie, how are you doing? You all right?
How do? Lovely to see you, Lee. How do, everyone? You all good?
You've got a lovely setup there, Ollie. I always really like your studio setup there you're doing the streams on. How long did it take you to get all that put together?
Thanks, man. Yeah, I do this all for the Twitch streams. Been in the new house just over a year now, so I think you can dive back onto the Twitch or onto YouTube and see just a plain white wall in the background. And then, yeah, over the couple of months of unpacking all my stuff, I've got all this chucked up, and yeah, looks good. Looks good on the stream. That's all that matters.
It is. A lot of people are using green screen nowadays, and you've gone for the more authentic look, so to speak. And I think it definitely makes a difference. And I love the sign as well. That's awesome.
Yeah, I love it. Big, bright orange sign. That's what we're all about.
So let's have a chat about where you're from and your background, first of all. Ali, let's introduce you to our Dirtbox channel. So tell us a little bit about where you're from.
I've been long time music lover, metalhead, bass player. Originally down from London, playing in a few bands down there. I did kind of like a drum and bass metal thing for a few years, touring with like electric drum kits and that kind of stuff. And then started up the Stonx project in 2020. And now it's grown into be a whole label, a whole community. We've got people in our Discord that are all, you know, Eat Brain, Hands and Music. And it's just a bunch of awesome producers hanging out, chatting shit, and yeah, loving neurofunk basically. Always been long time drum and bass lover, dark, lime wax, current value, noisier, all that kind of stuff. And yeah, finally 2020 put my head down, started this project with a friend of mine who unfortunately he's moved off the project now onto some other life things. But yeah, we're just putting our heads down and trying to cram this drum and bass thing, you know.
So you covered a lot there. Let's unpack some of that, starting obviously with your beginnings. So you obviously came from London. Were you into drum and bass around then? When did you move out of London to, I believe it's Newcastle where you live now, is it?
Yeah, I'm way up north now. I moved last year, 2022. What year is it? I don't even know anymore.
Yeah,
December 22. Yeah, so I was in London for the majority of my life, pretty much. I went to college in Amersham. Yeah, just I moved up this way just because of some family and stuff. So
good stuff. Yeah. So it is quite a leap, isn't it? That is a pretty trek, London to Newcastle for sure.
it is. It's beautiful up here, though. I love it.
Yeah, everybody likes a night out in Newcastle as well. It's notorious for that. Do you partake in a few boozy nights in Newcastle, or
not too much? Not too much.
Just working on your studio, Tan, most of the
that's
time.
it.
Then, yeah. So talking about James, obviously the last time we spoke, we had James on the interview as well. We interviewed you over on another podcast. So how is James doing at the moment? I understand he has left the Stonx project just for a little bit, just to work on some mental health and things like that. Is he doing well?
Yeah, that's basically it. January just gone. That's my birthday and his birthday, so we had a nice catch up on the phone. I don't know if any of you guys that do know the Stonx project, you might have seen over Christmas. We had some ugly Christmas neurofunk sweaters.
Yeah, they were brilliant.
Came out. I sent him one of them for his Christmas. I don't think it turned up to his birthday though. So yeah, he's doing all right. Cracking on with life stuff and just taking his time for himself. So
good stuff. Happy birthday, James! If you're watching, love you lots. Hope you're doing well, my friend. So up in Newcastle, it's not very notorious for drum and bass. There has been some big nights over the years, but to your knowledge, is there anything kicking off or brewing up there that could obviously start to get to the masses later on down the year? Do you think?
I'm not big in the scene up here. I've been keeping myself to myself pretty much in the studio. I've met a few people around though, and there are some awesome producers up here. We've got Block Data, he's just up the road from us. And then just jump across the border up into Scotland. We got Equals, we got Saboteur. There's some pretty dirty neuro heads up this way. Like most of the UK, the scenes that are around are all kind of jump up. That's what the UK loves at the moment. But there's definitely these underground producers are definitely here and making waves. Block Data has been doing some great stuff. Equals had its latest single just out on Evolution Chamber. There's some pretty amazing producers up here, so I wouldn't be surprised if some little things start bubbling up.
Yeah, for sure. Isn't Joe Ford roughly around those parts, or am I going too far up north?
I'm not
sure
too sure
Joe
actually.
Ford was somewhere around there.
I wouldn't be surprised.
Sure. Yeah, so I mean, it's not neurofunk is definitely not the music you're going to hear on Geordie Shore, the TV show, is it? So it's
definitely not.
It's a different kettle of fish. Maybe we should start our own neurofunk show and get you lot on the show for that.
Love it.
That could be good. Trap you all in a house, just have some neurofunk fun and whatnot.
Love it.
So where did the Stonx name come from? You've told me this before, but I want everybody to know, what is a Stonx and what does he do?
Stonx, well, it's it's got two parts. The main thing really was the meme culture. Stonx from stocks, stock market, crypto bro, that kind of just we're gonna make drum and bass ? Profit. Stonx. I don't know. It was a complete insane idea that we had to let's try and make drum and bass and make a living through it and let's just fucking pursue it, right? It's kind of a bit of a Stonx idea, it's not the most sensible. But we were running through names for a year of we were making music together, me and James, and just jotting stuff down and just would you want to be called that? Do you want to be called this? And Stonx is just one that stuck. It just had that nice kind of short, snappy. It's got an X in it. That's quite hardcore. It's nice to write. And then when we were looking online, we found it was a military slang for bombardment, and we're oh, this is adding up. Stonx is adding up. And it's also just a really nice name that translates into pretty much every language I've heard anyone say it in, which is another thing that just kind of for us was we're onto something here. This is the one.
So you've got the Google of neurofunk then, basically. That's a name that translates a lot. It is what it is, isn't it? It doesn't mean anything else. So I suppose that's it. If you're going to use a word, and obviously it's going to start to translate, but I guess that doesn't. I mean, I've seen people use the word stonks referring with you guys as an actual verb.
Yeah, yes,
on
things
the
are
internet.
stonked in. We've got all our fans of the Stonksers.
You've been stonksed.
You've been stonksed, yeah.
So you've obviously called the label the same name as well. I mean, was that purposely just to keep that name and branding secure across everything? Call the act Stonx, call the label Stonx as well, maybe even an event?
Yeah, I mean, initially our label was never meant to be like, we're going to be the next big neurofunk label. It was just releasing our music. So we thought Stonx music, keep it simple. Then after a couple of years of doing that, I mean, I used to run a label with a few friends of mine, early 2000s metal rock label, kind of like early in the CD baby days, and like, you know, digital distribution. You couldn't just go on DistroKid and away you go. It was a bit more of an ordeal back then. So a couple of years after running Stonx Music, we were meeting more artists and other people that were looking for label releases. And Syndicate was actually the first kind of other artist that we were like, okay, if we want to release you, we want to get you on Beatport and stuff. You know, we were just on DistroKid then, and they didn't have Beatport support. So we were like kind of chatting between ourselves, like, should we do this? Like, we've been doing it for a few years for ourselves. Should we just do it? So now we've released a good few members of our community. I mentioned before our Discord community, and that's kind of how I've been running the label. Really, is just we've got amazing artists in there, and if they want to do a release, it's like, hey, send your stuff around to other labels. But if you just want to get something out there, you know, we can do it. So it was called Stonx Music since the beginning, and it's just kind of stuck now. So it works.
And a lot of people seem to come across you guys through this Discord community that you've actually set up as well. And I've been on there. I mean, it's amazing. It's obviously got a lot of chit chat, very active. How did this start, and what gave you the idea to do that, and try and lead us up to where it's at today and what it's doing for you as a brand?
Really, it was 2020. 2020 saw a lot of people off of work, a lot more studio time, a lot of people jumping into Ableton and their favorite DAW, and the Facebook communities and stuff were where a lot of people were ending up, and they're pretty damn toxic, man. I mean, drum and bass has always had this kind of gatekeeper attitude. You know, early 2000s, it was really hard for me to kind of get into a lot of the production stuff. But then not just in drum and bass, in all genres, Facebook groups, they were kind of like not necessarily gatekeeping, but just violent, abusive places when someone was just trying to figure out how to install an EQ or something that they got. So that's how it kind of started. I was just I was making YouTube videos at the time, reading the Ableton manual, and I was just kind of picking up the pieces of these ruined people who were being screamed at just trying to do some production. So we made it a gates open community where it's just ask whatever questions you want, and give back as much as you can take. And pretty much it's grown from there to we've got our feedback channel now with awesome producers on there. I mentioned Syndicate before. He's just had his release on Insomnius, a release on Neuropunk. OMP, they've just had a release on Hands and Music. Profuse is in there. He's had Eat Brain release and got his new Expedite release coming up. We've got some amazing artists in there now.
We've got a
just from
visitor.
having a community that's open and willing to chat, you know.
Who's this?
This is Rue.
Hi, Rue. Hi, Rue.
You right, Rue?
Just wanted to get on camera. She's not camera shy then, no?
Oh, no. Both of the girls, if you watch any of the streams, they love to come and stop the decks and cause all sorts of mayhem. It's good fun.
So we're guaranteed to see a Stonx pussy on every stream then. That's
yes,
that's quite inviting. Great stuff. Well, yeah, I mean, the Discord community, when I jumped on Discord as a whole, I thought, here we go, here's another dogs on acid for us. It's just going to be loads of forums. But you're right. I think that's the big difference. It's very welcoming, isn't it? It's very positive, which is a change. I mean, you know, there's nothing wrong with constructive feedback and having a laugh and things like that. But yeah, you know, you don't feel stupid being on there, even with, you know, basic knowledge. I mean, the first time I went on your Discord, I got, you know, 50 people just messaging me and saying hi and things like that. So it is, yeah, it's really good. And how can people actually get to your Discord then, Ollie?
So if you go to chat.stonx.co.uk, chat chat.stonx, that'll give you there's a permanent invite link there, so that should take you straight to it. Easy peasy.
Excellent stuff. So yeah, if you're into your neurofunk, I highly suggest you go and check out the Discord page with the Stonx guys there. And like you said, there's a lot of producers on there, so you get a lot of help as well.
Yeah, and lots of really cool little techniques and things from all different DAWs, Cubase users, Fruity Loop users. It's really nice that we're not just like we're a little Ableton gang, like whatever. It's really nice that everyone's just kind of sharing tips and, oh, well, I didn't know Bitwig could do that, or have you tried this? Have you tried that? Yeah, it's really nice. You're right, Roo, you're just in the way now. It's a really nice community of just people that love to make horrible
I need to tell
music.
you, Ollie, all that people are seeing right now is a cat's arsehole, literally.
Oh, darling, come on.
That's what we're seeing.
I mean, if you like cat arseholes, we've got a whole room full of that on the Discord community too. Post all of your lovely animal pictures.
Yeah, I bet nobody expected gaping animal porn when they tuned in for this podcast.
Well, sorry guys, it is Stonx.
So let's move on to the remix. Obviously, one of the main reasons that you're here today is because you have remixed an absolute classic release on Dirtbox Recordings, one by Traced, and it's called The System. So what I wanted to ask you first of all, before we have a listen to it, this is after all the listening party for the album, is when you're remixing a release and deciding if you're going to do it, what are you looking out for if you're going to remix it?
So it's a tricky one. You sent me pretty much the whole back catalogue, a bunch of which I've obviously heard before. Come on, darling. So I just sat and listened through for a couple of days. And it's not anything particular I'm listening out for, just what hooks me, what makes me go, oh, I wish I'd written that. You know, there's that kind of like, oh, I'd have done something with that. And with The System, it was that vocal, that pre-drop vocal just gave me these really nice old Prodigy vibes, that pitched up. I was like, man, I'd fuck with something like that. A bunch of other tunes on there are really good as well, but that one just, I think it's that kind of like, oh, I wish I'd done that. When you hear that kind of, I wish I'd done that, that's a great opportunity to jump in and get on the remix. So.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, I'm definitely not knocking any remixes here, but you are one of the very few that, thankfully for me, went down the route of not picking something that a vocal in. It seems that a lot of people, when given the choice, they'll remix the vocal stuff because there's more to work with, isn't there? I get it. It's gonna spawn a lot more ideas than that. So it is a tougher job when you're working on slightly more instrumental stuff. But yeah, I mean, you smashed it out the park, obviously. Very happy with, I think it was even V1 or V2 we heard, and we were, yeah, that'll do.
Yeah.
Straight down with it. So yeah, I mean, for me, it was really good that you did choose something outside of that. I mean, I think I had to stop most people from wanting to remix that Resurgence album because he's got a lot of big vocal party kind of tracks and everybody's like, yeah, I want to remix that. So I had to kind of slow down. But yeah, you went straight in for the kill and picked the big riffy Trace tracks, which yeah, definitely done that track justice. So what I want to do now is we're going to play the track. We're going to play the remix of yourself. This is the Stonx remix of The System by Traced.
Cool.
Right. So literally 2 more questions. That's it. So well, I'll say 3 more because I'll ask you about the remix and what went into it basically. So, okay. 3, 2. Okay, there it is, the Stonx remix of Traced the System. What an absolute fucking nan slapper. Ollie, tell us a little bit about what went into this, because you got this put together pretty sharpish. So I'm guessing you had a lot of fun remixing this track.
Yeah, I did. I have actually got the voice note I sent you up. Let's hope I can play this over the
yeah, that'd be good.
Over the mic. So yeah, I said before I was just kind of listening through the whole back catalogue, and the vocal of that one really stuck out to me. And after listening to the track on repeat, that vocal was just stuck in my head. And I must have been out, I don't know, doing the shopping or something, going to Sainsbury's. And I just had this going through my head: beat the system, go with the flow, go with the flow. And then I just sung this riff. This riff was just there. So I've got the voice note now. And this pretty much ended up being the final tracks. Let's see if we can hear this. Beat the system, go with the flow, go with the flow. Boom. That was in my head doing the shopping, and I got it recorded, got straight home, dragged all the stems in, dragged that in, and just kind of started figuring out, all right, how am I going to do this?
Ollie, we need a VIP of that.
Just that version, yeah. Well, if you're in the Discord community in any of our feedback streams, you'll know that this is something I do quite a lot. If I'm giving people feedback, sometimes you can be really technical and, like, you know, your hi-hats have a bit too much 600 hertz, do a high pass and maybe reduce some harsh frequencies. And sometimes the feedback's just, you know, this really could just go ping, 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 ping. And I do this a lot on our feedback streams. I'll be like, the wham could just be a bit more. I'm just making mad noises all the time, you know. It's a part of the parcel if you're watching any of our production or feedback streams.
I'm surprised you've not sampled any like classic Jim Carrey comedy, because he does a lot of that with the noises. I'm sure you could make some pretty good.
You're always saying they're going to sample me and just make a sample pack out of all the stupid noises that I make. Go for it.
It'd work. I do like that. I do like the System VIP that you just performed for us live there. Definitely. Yeah. Definitely. So obviously this project for us, it's the 5th year that the label's been running. We're calling this the 5 years of filth. Obviously a lot of filthy music coming out on Dirtbox this year. There's a lot in the pipeline as well forthcoming from that. But being the 50th release in 5 years, this is a huge milestone for us, Ollie. What does it mean to you to be on a project as mammoth as this?
Oh, it's absolutely amazing. It's great. What I've heard so far, we've had the 2 samplers come out. Everyone's absolutely smashed it, which is awesome. And regardless of it being on Dirtbox, doing a remix for Traced is just amazing. He's you know, been smashing it. I've met Dan at a few shows and we get on quite well. So I was really happy to out of all the songs that did jump at me, it was one of the Traced songs. And then obviously, yeah, being a part of your 5th year in the massive release alongside so many other awesome producers, it's awesome. It's really cool. And big ups, guys, for 5 years. It's good. It's great.
Yeah, and it's great to finally get you on the label. I know we were trying to think of ways to do it, but a little bit hush hush. He does have an EP coming out on another one of our labels, so it didn't make sense to just throw out 2 EPs. And I think this is definitely the best introduction for you to Dirtbox, doing the remix. And hey ho, we got an absolute stormer out of it, didn't we, Ollie?
Yeah, it's great track. I've been dropping it in a few sets, and it's going down really well. So we love it.
We will indeed. So 2024 for Stonx, what does that look like?
Well, a few things I've got to be hush hush about, but it should be a pretty good year.
Any exclusives you can give us?
If anyone gets that, I've got a couple of crosses over my eyes.
You're on a pirate record label? Pirate, is it? No?
There's a pretty big tasty VA that's coming out on a pretty big label. They do a yearly.
Yeah,
I've managed to secure a place on that alongside a couple of awesome producer friends, which is really nice. But I'm stacking up releases at the moment, so we've got that EP that you mentioned a minute ago. Got a couple of other remixes that are signed onto some other labels, and yeah, just shopping around a bunch. Of probably sitting on about 12, 13 whips at the moment. Transformer last year was posting about his 50 track that he managed to finish.
Yeah, yeah,
year,
big milestone.
I finished 8 tracks last year, so I was like, nah, this isn't. I probably won't hit 50, but I was like, nah, this is inspiring. I've got to do something. So this year, really on that writing push. Got quite a lot of tracks in the works right now, so hopefully a big year.
I'm going to pull Neil on this. I mean, how do you this? You know, how do you do that? That's just under a track a week. I mean,
it's bad, isn't it?
That's crazy. That is absolutely crazy. I'm wondering if he already had a load of like bits of ideas and whips and stuff like. I mean,
maybe
is he saying it's 50 from scratch or not? But yeah, we're on to you, Neil. I'm questioning this one. I'm questioning it because they're all fucking bangers as well.
Yeah, they are as
about
well.
25 of those.
It's not like he's just shit something out. So far, everything's been that top quality that he always puts out. So yes, amazing. But yeah, really inspiring to see that kind of output. And I'm like, oh man, I've got to put my foot down.
Yeah, for sure.
Get some bangers out there. So
yeah, well, we're definitely looking forward to what's coming. Again, Ollie, your VTO EP, the other EPs that you've got coming, a few sneaky little compilations, as you say, and this remix. Go and buy this remix right now. It is available on Beatport and Spotify from the 23rd of Feb, and then everywhere else 2 weeks later. And of course, it will be on a huge 50th release album on April the 5th. Ollie, thank you for your time, mate. It's a pleasure.
Big ups, Lee. Thank you very much. Big ups, everyone. Catch you later.
Okay, next up on the show, I really didn't want to interview this guy, but I felt that I had to. No, I'm just joking. He is one of the most exciting producers in drum and bass. My good friend, Marcos Impex. How you doing, buddy?
All good. How are you, man?
I'm very good. I'm very good. Are you enjoying your evening?
Yeah. And you?
I am. Is this interview going to be full of one-word answers? Are you going to take me down that route, are you?
No, sometimes I'm going to answer more than one. Yeah.
Good stuff. So you're based in Portugal, aren't you, Marcus? So just for everybody at home, tell me whereabouts in Portugal you are and what you've been up to recently.
Yeah, so right now I'm living in Azores Islands in São Miguel, but I'm from Lisbon, from the capital. Yeah, but in the last 10 years, I moved here, and yeah, it's chilled and gives me more time to produce, actually. So, yeah.
And you work full time as well, don't you? As well as producing the music, you've got a job there at home.
Yeah, full-time job with shifts, schedules. So sometimes I work mornings, sometimes I work evenings, sometimes I work afternoons. Then I have the BJJ, and then I have production, and yeah, it's a busy day.
Yeah, you produce music quite late on in the day as well, don't you? Quite late in the evening. Does this affect you in any way with the music? Do you feel, are you able to work at your best? Do you feel working so late?
Yeah, I actually prefer to work late. I feel like usually my days go like I go to work, I come back from work, I do stuff at home. We have to. Then I go to practice, and after practice, I have dinner, and then after hanging out with the family, that's when I produce. When there's no noise, everyone is asleep, no dogs barking in the street. That's when it's my best production time.
Production time at night. And you live at home with your girlfriend, is that right?
Yeah, exactly. And my 3 dogs, yeah.
Yeah, you got dogs.
3 dogs.
Yeah, we had Stonx on an interview earlier, and hopefully we don't get this with you, but for about 50% of the interview, his cat's anus was literally just there on the camera for the whole. So you'll see it in the final product. I won't cut it out. Just let everybody see a bit of cat bum porn, basically. So we're not going to get that with your dogs. No, not going to get no dog anuses.
My dogs are back in the kitchen. They are probably asleep right now. You can get one of them, the female. The female sometimes jumps over and pays us a visit. But,
knocks the camera over.
Yeah, definitely. Yeah.
So obviously, a couple of the interests that you've got very similar to mine as well. We both train in martial arts. You're very into your Brazilian jiu-jitsu as well. whereabouts are you with that? Have you got any belts yet? How long have you been doing it for?
So I'm still a white belt. I got my 4th stripe, so I'm pretty much almost blue. Don't let my coach listen to this, or he won't give me the blue belt. But yeah, I've been practicing for 2 years, more or less. I have my next competition coming on April, and let's see if I win something this time. Last time was just a 1-loss championship.
So you're still a white belt in 2 years then? I mean, is your coach a bit stingy with these belts? I mean, 2 years is a bit to wait for that, or are you just a slow learner?
No, actually, my coach was a purple belt. Our main coach is Rico Vieira, so he runs all. He's the boss of all checkmat school, so he's not here. So every time we have promotions, we always have them later than the rest of the schools. So usually it's December. For us, it will be probably the summer.
Is he Portuguese, your coach?
Yeah, he's from here actually. Yeah.
Yeah, my coach was Braulio Estima in Birmingham, Gracie Barra.
Yeah, Gracie Barra. Yeah.
So he's beat a lot of legends, Braulio Estima. So we could have the conversation of my coach is harder than your coach. We could go down that route if you want.
Yeah, we can, but we won't because mine probably has a bit more. Yeah, mine is better. Yeah, mine is better than yours. Yeah.
Oh, we'll not go there. We'll not go there. So obviously, in the few years been doing BJJ, is there anything else outside of music that interests you? And I know you're an avid cook as well, aren't you?
Yeah, no, but that's not actually one of my skills. I just make up stuff. Actually, it's like my productions. I just make up stuff as I go. But yeah, it's pretty much music and Brazilian Jiu-Jitsu right now. I do play some games and video games here and then, but yeah, these are the two main things.
Yeah, video games always seems to be the main thing that people have on the side when they're making music as well. I guess you can have the same thing in your studio. Shaper's a big gamer, isn't he? He's got his gaming PC and production PC all built into one. I think he spends hours doing that. Are you a PC gamer or a console gamer?
No, actually, I'm a PlayStation gamer, but my PlayStation died like 2 months ago. So right now it's the best time to produce because I don't even have the option to go and do something else, and my PC is all for sound. So I don't even know if I can run Age of Empires 1 here. It will probably crash.
That's a very sad story. I feel for you there, Marcus. I feel for you.
But it's good for music, though.
Yeah, it's good for me. It's good for me being the label. So let's talk about the beginning of your music career then. I mean, one of the tracks that you made was How I Discovered You, which was the track Epic on Boomslang Recordings. And I still play it to this day. One of my favorite neurofunk tracks ever made. I know you did that as a collaboration, but take us a little bit past that as well. Where were the start of your career in making music and who noticed you first?
Well, the start of my career, it wasn't in electronic music. I started as a bass player in metal and hardcore bands back when I was 14. Then I went through that journey till I was around 18, and then I attended my first therapy sessions. I think it was the Panacea audio all playing there, and I was like, "What is this? I like this." And
what year was that?
It was 2008, if I'm not mistaken. Yeah, it was in Lisbon. Halloween therapy sessions.
I remember the flyer for that. I think I remember the flyer for that because I mean, therapy sessions was my first entry almost into drum and bass. I went to Renegade Hardware. That got me into drum and bass in 2006. But then I discovered through Panacea playing at Renegade Hardware, I discovered therapy sessions and Dylan. And yeah, they had regular Portuguese events. I always used to see the flyers. I always wanted to go and visit it. They looked banking as well. They looked awesome events.
Yeah, back then the Portuguese scene was banging. Then there was a mix between drum and bass and hardcore. You had that crossbreed phase, and in Portugal and hard DNB, and in Portugal they all merged into hard DNB, and the actual drum and bass and neurofunk kind of disappeared, and well, the scene was never the same. But we have some good events here. But
Yeah,
after
for
that,
sure.
that therapy sessions, it was all drum and bass for me.
Did you get to play it? Did you get to play at therapy sessions?
No, I haven't. Yeah, it's a bit heavy. It's weird to say this, but it's a bit heavier than what I do. So
Oh yeah,
I'm
it's
usually
a
heavy, but
lot
yeah,
heavier generally.
yeah. So I'm more neuro, and neuro is soft for them, but I wouldn't mind. Yeah.
Yeah, I always remember, as I say, we used to put on our own therapy sessions events here in Birmingham, UK. So you're actually close with a lot of promoters as well. Were those some of the promoters you were talking to, the guys who were running therapy sessions in Portugal?
Yeah, I know all of them because when I started producing, we all grew up together, basically.
So for you, did the DJing come first, or was it the production side of things?
It was definitely the production side. Yeah, I always wanted to learn how to DJ, but I always have to create something. When I was a bass player, I always wanted to make original tunes, and in drum and bass, as soon as I heard like Pandorum and tunes like that, I wanted to make the same thing to being able to give those vibes to someone in the audience with your own tunes. It's something special.
Yeah, for sure, for sure. And how long did it take, do you think, till you got your first release when you started making tracks?
Well, I'm getting old, man. I don't remember. I think it was probably, apart from all the weird and low quality releases that you put out on SoundCloud when you start making music.
Your first label release then, like you official,
My
you're on
first label
Beatport.
release was actually Harder and Louder and Raving Panda. It was pretty much at the same time. I released an EP on Raving Panda, and Harder and Louder was a single.
Yeah, I don't think it was too long after that you released the Epic tune as well, was it? After the Raving Panda, it wasn't too long after.
I think it was like 2 years,
Yeah.
or 3 after. Yeah.
Yeah, so it's a big jump in quality and obviously notoriety in that time then.
Yeah, because I had a friend here. He passed away actually. His name was Hazat. He actually worked with Noisia a lot, and while we were trying to get our mix downs perfect and trying to get everything sounding professional, all he said was, "Dude, just make music and release it. The main part is the creativity." And after he told me that, like, I actually sent out the EP. It had some tunes based on anime, and the single, the main one was Bankai from the Bleach anime, and people actually liked that. And yeah, so from there I started releasing music and feeling confident about it. And if we jump to Epic, it was different. It was more of a, I already had the ideas and the creativity and my workflow, and with Epic I was trying to evolve my sounds in general.
Yeah, absolutely. What would you say, I mean, apart from that, is there any track that stands out for you since you first started that you're most proud of?
I think that Bankai actually, that's the first one. If I had the project still, if my drive hadn't died, I would definitely make a VIP out of that. But yeah, I like that one. I like Incoming from some weird low label
Well, that one
from
got
the
picked up
UK.
by Noisia, didn't it?
Yeah, that was Game Boy Twitch. Yeah, that was another
Yeah.
one. Yeah.
Yeah,
I
yeah,
made
yeah.
Game
Sorry,
Boy
Game Boy
Twitch in
Twitch.
like a day. I made that tune in a day. Yeah.
Yeah,
I was just
the whole
flowing.
the whole EP
Yeah.
actually went off. We had very different people playing. So we are talking about obviously your Dirtbox EP from a couple of years ago, but each track that we put out, there was somebody big and different supporting it, wasn't it? And they were always who you didn't expect. Like I thought that it'd be Downbeat that Noisia would have liked, but they didn't. They went straight for Game Boy Twitch, didn't they?
Yeah, it's always it's always different with me. Yeah, sometimes even with you, I send you tunes that I'm sure that you are gonna love, and you end up saying, "No, I don't like this one, but I like that one," which was the tune that I didn't think you would like. That's cool.
Yeah.
We have some variety in the releases.
Yeah, you definitely do. I mean, obviously, any EP I've heard of yours, it definitely goes through a lot of different flavors. Like, it's never a purist neurofunk track. It's got a techie vibe or a funky vibe or even a bit of a kind of a liquid vibe as well. Yeah, and of course, with this remix as well, again, not what I expected. Got a bit of a chugging kind of tech, almost like a different groove to it than anything I've heard you do before with this remix, hasn't it?
Yeah, I wasn't going to try and make regular neuro on top of a very good neuro track. I don't like those remixes. The remixes that just sound like a VIP or a slightly different tune than the original one. I always try to either switch the flow completely or change the sounds, like move them back forward. Something that was back there, it becomes the lead sound, and that was something that I tried to do with this one.
Yeah, for sure. What made you choose Dropset's track? So just for the record, everybody listening, Impex has actually remixed Dark Tower by Dropset, one of the biggest tracks that we've actually had on the label as well. But what drew you to actually want to remix this, Marco?
I actually like the tune. That's it. Yeah, I have it in my sets, and Dropset is a great producer, so I just thought, why not? Let me just ruin his work, and that's what I did. Yeah.
I don't think he feels that, and neither do I, actually. It's definitely one of my favorites on the album as well. So is there anything, when you are doing remixes for something, is there anything specific that you're actually looking for that you think draws you to a track to want to remix it?
Yeah, it has to have something catchy, because I struggle a bit when finding my hooks. I'm good at making sounds and the sound design, the heavy parts, the modulation, all of that. But the simplest part, the part that catches the audience, I struggle a bit. I wander around here with my small keyboard and I try to find it. And if it has that hook that I can ruin, and that's exactly how I think about it. It's like, okay, this is beautiful. How can I ruin this?
In a good way. You know? Yeah, I totally get what you're saying. You got to just flip it up and fuck it up a little bit and see what comes out the other end, isn't it? There's lots of euphemisms we could be saying here. They're all a bit sexual innuendo as well, I think.
Yeah.
So, you know, one of the things that I've noticed as well is you've started working on some collaborations with some artists. One track I want to give you props for is Sin Sister that you've done with Conquest, our friend Matt. Hope you're listening. Hope you're watching, Matt. Big up. And I've got to say, like, I absolutely hate you. I from the bottom of my heart, I hate you for making probably the best neurofunk tune in the last 5 or 6 years, and I hate you for not letting me sign it. I hate you. But it is a phenomenal track. Obviously, how did this collab come about, and you know, what puts you in a position to want to collaborate with somebody? Again, what are you listening for?
Well, actually, with Matt, with Conquest, it was more we connected after we both released on the Divergence LP on Eatbrain, and I liked his tune and he complimented my tune too. So we just started talking, and then it came, I think it was his Boomtown set, and he played one of my tunes, and he actually, when I messaged him saying thank you for dropping the tune, as usual, great set. And he sent me one of his whips, and he said, okay, so I work with orchestral stuff. And I was like, okay, that's good for intros. And so I made something and I sent him, like, I just wrote a quick drop and I sent him over, and he sent me an intro like the day after. And I was like, okay, this is fast. So I did my part, and yeah, we realized that we really worked together very nicely. And when he came up with those vocals, like, when people listen to this, they're going crazy. But
yeah, I'm absolutely loving it. I mean, obviously, you with a collaboration with somebody like Conquest, it really has it's balls to the wall, this one. And I understand you've also got a collab in the works with First Person as well. How's that going?
Yeah, that guy told you he's a snitch. Yeah, we have that's actually another one, like like I said before, I was trying to find my sound, and I kind of found it with some Reese's, like a different sound, like the Sin Sister one, and some others, like the Psycho and those tunes that I showed you before. And with actually the First Person one was like, I felt like something was missing from my tune, and we talked about a collab like last year or something, and I sent him the tune like, dude, this needs something else. And he said, yeah, it needs this and this and that. And I thought, okay, so can you put it there? And he said, yes, okay. That's how we made the collab. And I have like 10 other new collabs with Capital Punishment, Conquest, The Fifth, actually another one of your boys.
Yeah, man. Yeah, looking forward
And
to all of those,
Varkids.
all the artists. Sorry?
Yeah. Varkids.
Yeah. The Varkid collab incoming as well. He's actually just started another collaboration with another artist as well. So it'd be very interesting to hear what you boys come up with when you get down to it.
Yeah, definitely.
Let's have a listen to your remix right now then. Let's check out the Impex remix of Drop Set Dark Tower. Right, there we go. Absolutely phenomenal remix. Can't get my words out. Phenomenal remix. Thank you for that, buddy. So this is it. This is the remix. It's finally out. And of course, it's going to get followed up by a very sweet, monstrous EP from Impex that's coming on Dirtbox in April. There you go. The exclusive. The exclusive. Looking forward to it, buddy.
Yeah, definitely. This one has Impex written all over it. It's like it's a bunch of tunes where I could mix the dance floor friendly with the orchestral part with some heavy, I don't know if I can call it basses. It's just sounds and vocals. Yeah. It's weird. It's weird. It's a good bunch of things. Definitely looking forward to it.
You must be overjoyed that you get to work with me from mid-April right up until the mid-February right up until the end of April. That's 2 months of just dealing with me with business. You must be overjoyed.
Yeah, I'm super excited. Yes, it's cool. It's cool.
Yeah, looking forward to this one. And yeah, let's get this remix out of the way first, because obviously this is huge. It's coming out on April the 5th on, of course, the 50th release on Dirtbox Recordings. So last couple of questions for you. What's happening in 2024? You've told us about all of these collaborations. We know you've got your EP coming out on Dirtbox as well. Is there anything else you can let us know about gig-wise, production-wise?
Well, gig-wise, it's just plans for now, so I'm not going to talk about it. But it's at least 6 new countries to play in, and releases, it's close to 20 signed tunes this year, and it's just February, so it's ridiculous in a good way.
Yeah,
finally,
that's what we want to hear.
Finally, so managing to put my music on. Yeah,
chock-a-block till the end of the year. Some big labels picking those up as well. A lot to look forward to.
Definitely, yeah. Some surprises, some labels that I wasn't even aiming for. So let's see.
I can't wait to hear what you've got in store, man. Absolutely brilliant. So obviously being the 50th release for us, this is a massive milestone, and it's a pleasure to have you on. But what does it mean to you to actually appear on such a monumental landmark release for us like this?
It really meant a lot. It's like just being a part of this. Like, I always try to be involved in everything. Sometimes I get too much over my head, but whenever I can, I try to give back, like the love that Dirtbox showed me, that you showed me. Let's not talk about all the love, but you got the picture. So having that milestone and being a part of it, it really means a lot.
And we do love you, man. We love this remix. We love the music that you've got coming. Thank you very much for your time today, buddy. We'll speak to you soon.
Bye.